Ooh, the sirens have sounded. The tanks have started rolling down the streets. Curfew is officially imposed. It's 8 p.m. in Melbourne. Are you inside? Because I am. And hello, Megalich, in the Free Territory of Tasmania. Yes. I'm not allowed to go outside until 5 a.m. That's just the way it is. And hey, Luke, how you doing? Desperate times, as they say, call for, yes, musical elevator, raining, and yes, cold in Adelaide. Adelaide seems to get it colder than Melbourne. Look, I've made a special drink tonight. I got a new SodaStream alternative that proudly says you can carbonate anything, because if you do anything apart from plain water in a SodaStream, it'll fucking go everywhere. This one has like a little pressure release valve on the thing, so you can slowly let the pressure out. And they recommend like you put fruit in. So I made a clarified cocktail last night. Had some bitters in it. It's probably a bit too bitter, so I've messed with it, and it's got soda water and fruit and other things. Ooh, and I'm going to strain it because it's got fruit pith in it. I said pith. Ooh, look, it's just going to be one big glass. No, it's actually slightly more than one big glass. Okay. I'll have a little drink and then I'll top it off, as they say in the classics. So, cheers. That's nice, and it's got just a nice amount. It's got a little sort of bitter note that sits on the tip of your tongue, and because there's just orange in there, it's got that natural orange flavor. And again, because the orange is in there, peel and all, so it's got a little bit of bitterness from that as well. Yes, Justin, here in Co-Victoria, we're all safely locked inside. And Adam, curfew never tasted so good. I intend to make my first Friday in curfew taste pretty good. Starting as I mean to go on. This is how many shots of alcohol did I put in the drink last night? I'd have to try and work that. Actually, I could work it out if I check out Steve the bartender. Steve the bartender is our man. He made a drink called a Too Soon by a famous bartender that created very well-known cocktails like penicillin and paper plane. Okay, so his base thing was gin. He said Chino. I didn't have Chino. I used another Italian bitter lemon juice, simple syrup. Okay, I think this is like 4 shots of alcohol, something like that. Maybe more. Did I use the Navy strength? Might be like 6 standard drinks. I don't know. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? Not me. It's just it's a fruity beverage. He's got lime, lemon juice, orange juice, and gin, and a bit of Amaro in there. Abigail, hello. She's coming with puns. Moss Caulfield, and our communist dictator, our Elston Block. I am a big fan of puns. Absolutely. A fan of punning. Kind of fascinated. Look, Mrs. Angry, who's been having trouble with acidic food or drinks, giving her heartburn, said, okay, because we're having date night tomorrow night, so maybe you should just try and make multiple clarified drinks. They might cut down the acidity, the milk process, cut down the acidity. And the first one I made was this one that had the bitters in it, and she didn't like it. It was too bitter, and that's fine. So I've been making a pina colada, my devil's pina colada, because it's got, see, it's this beautiful color, urine sample color. It's got 4 different sorts of rum in it, including some very dark rum and some overproof rum. Yeah, I think I put 4 different sorts of rum in that, and pineapple juice and coconut. So yeah. Okay, Jane. Are you still allowed to call it gin? Because that's insulting. Well, that's very localized. And in fact, I'm not altogether sure. For those who don't know, gin was a word used to refer to Indigenous women. I thought it was actually in one of the Indigenous languages. I'm not sure. But that's so localized, whereas coon has been a racial epithet worldwide. But, ooh, Abigail, have I seen the first episode of Star Trek Lower Decks yet? Okay, what's that about? Is that a fan thing? I haven't heard that. And someone's on a proton pump. Yes, Luke, effectively, I have carbonated alcohol. It's a mixed drink. Well, I guess it counts as a cocktail, actually. Not, I guess it is. It's a cocktail. It's a carbonated cocktail. All right. So now I feel compelled to look up the origins of using gin as a racial slur in Australia. Okay. Oh my God, there's a racial slur database. Of course there is. I'm searching. Oh no, that's going to be hard to find. Okay, the racial slur. Probably impossible to tell, actually. Yes, Jane, I know how I would use it all the time. And it's probably a safe bet that if he used it, it was a racial slur. I mean, obviously, it was used as a racial slur, but I mean, for some people, you know, black is a racial slur. Oh, okay. Yeah, with no context, Megalich. You're saying Mrs. Angry with the acidity might need proton pump inhibitors like Losec. I don't know. I will ask her. I think she has talked to a doctor about it. I don't know. Safi, having green tea? It's been raining all day. Okay, so Abigail, Lower Decks is an official CBS Star Trek series. It's animated and a comedy. One of the writers of Rick and Morty. Oh, right. I did hear that. I didn't know that was like a Star Trek thing. I'm guessing it isn't legal to watch it in Australia yet. I haven't heard of any of the streaming services in Australia running it. So I'm guessing you've done it. You've watched it through devious interweb. Yes, you've used devious interweb methods to watch it. Although, correct me if I'm wrong and judging you harshly, Abigail. But yes, I do want to see that. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Abigail, the racial slur database was a bit over the top. I couldn't tell, honestly, from looking at it, was someone trying to expose racial slurs or put together by someone who really enjoyed using racial slurs. Safa, is that an orange drink? It has orange, as in fresh oranges, in it. The real color is a sort of light limey green. Again, my webcam does weird things with green colors in particular. Looks very orange on screen. Though it does have orange, as in fresh oranges, orange juice in it. It also has lime and lemon juice in it, and sody water, and some of my sugar syrup to sweeten it, and some gin and some bitter amaro. True, Jane. I think you actually getting it saying black dudes. It's clear the use that we're talking about is definitely racist and definitely a slur. If I had to guess, I mean, because it's obviously it's part of. It sounds like it's just part of the word Aboriginal. What was used to refer solely to women? I'm not sure. So I'm not sure if it's 100% a racial slur. It's obviously definitely used as a racial slur. This was saying, Abigail, it's only legally available in US, Canada. If it's on, CBS. No, because the other Star Treks, who's bought the other Star Treks? Netflix in Australia bought the rights to Disco, and Prime bought the rights to Picard out here. So it seems like, CBS Viacom is selling the rights off willy-nilly, not actually signing exclusive deals with anyone. Oh, yeah, Safa, DVD region codes. Australia was one of the countries that, to a very large extent, went, yeah, you know what, fuck that. We're going to just sell DVD players that play any region. Jane, yes. No, we absolutely agree. Our father was racist as fuck, which is really weird. This is the weird thing growing up in country areas in Australia. Yet people who literally have Aboriginal friends, people who socialize regularly with Aboriginal people, but who are still racist as fuck. It is odd and weird. And my dad would have aggressively defended any of his Aboriginal friends, but he was racist as fuck. That was Dubbo. I was racist. I honestly should make that admission. Growing up in a country town, I was racist as fuck. There's a thing you try to learn as you get older, that maybe some of your ideas aren't perfect. Sorry, Abigail, those comments were all on Facebook. Yes. I am seeing the Facebook comments from the StreamYard. But of course, anyone watching on YouTube will not see the Facebook comments. So there's that. There is absolutely that. So I think it started raining here. There's a noise that kind of sounds like rain. I don't know. Heidi Ho, Annette, how are you this fine evening? As we cruise on into the weekend. Luke, there was one dude on Twitch last night who started off by being a dickhead, and then when I essentially threatened him, then he tried to be friendly. But I ignored him anyway because he seemed like a troll. But if he comes back, I might try to talk to him. Safa, the word, okay. what's in vogue to refer to original inhabitants of countries varies from time to time. Yeah, I just grew up with, and Aboriginal people have no objection to the word Aboriginal. Some people prefer the term Indigenous. Some don't, because they feel like Indigenous is a thing you talk about with plants and animals. And a sort of groovy lefty phrase to use these days is First Nations people. I definitely don't think saying Aboriginal is inherently racist. It might have gone out of vogue, but that's it. Abigail, there are tools you can use to combine comments chat from multiple sources and amalgamate them all in one. Yes, it's called StreamYard, and I see them all here. I assume you mean that people in, yeah, but that's about me learning things, and I am old and don't like to be challenged by new things. The reason I chose StreamYard over OBS is OBS looked difficult to use, and StreamYard is real easy. So StreamYard wins. And it on your third whiskey, nice. I think you know what I didn't make with my new Fortis whiskey is a whiskey sour, one of my favorite whiskey drinks. I think I'll make a whiskey sour tonight. Yes, Safa, sometimes white people can get overly precious about how you refer to non-white people. And it is not completely legitimate for a white person to blast you for saying Aboriginal, because speak to the people. Some people prefer the term Aboriginal. As I said, some prefer Indigenous, New Trendy Ones, First Nations. You can't get too uptight about white people being angry at you for saying Aboriginal, but if someone who was of our First Nations people said, I hate the term Aboriginal, I wouldn't use it around them. But, you know, learning and being open. Luke, your trams in Adelaide have Aboriginal for Victoria Square. Yeah. That's cool. Well, you see, Musical Aviator, literally Aboriginal and Indigenous mean basically the same thing, and it just means, you know, native to the area. First Nations is kind of a touchy-feely social word, which I don't mind at all. I actually quite like the term First Nations because it also recognizes that they were the first people to have nations here, and that counts through North and South America and Australia. That's a thing. And yes, Annette, you do get some white people terrified to say anything because they don't want to offend anyone. But I think just being honest and open and listening to what someone says to you is what's important. Agro Pixie, it is indeed a long time no see. How have you been? It is very good to see you. Like I remember a New Zealand friend freaking out when I said blackfella. And they go, that sounds super racist. And I went, oh, I get that it sounds super racist. This is where I grew up. They actually refer to, you know, black fella, white fella. In fact, one of my favorite songs about us all living in harmony by the Warumpi Band was called Black Fella, White Fella, with the lyric black fella, white fella, yellow fella, any fella, doesn't matter what your color, long as you, true fella. So, yeah, but out of context. And again, absolutely racists will say black fella in a very racist way. But then MB, who's on the stream sometimes and is Indigenous, uses blackfella self-referentially. So, and this is like the conversation I was having before about the term gin for an Aboriginal woman. Is that solely a racist term? And I'm not sure. I suspect it might be. But that would require a bit of research. Agro, you moved to Melton about 2 months ago. No, how are you settling in? That's the good sort of. This drink is now the good sort of bitter to me. Just a little bit makes it interesting. Oh yeah, Annette, that was where I grew up. Gin was by white people used as a general and derogatory term to black women, and I was never sure if it actually came from one of the indigenous languages or if it was just a slur, like because it was part of Aboriginal. I don't know. Dingle Doty, hello and good evening. Oh, goddamn, Agro Pixie, you had a big sip of the dumb bitch juice and stabbed yourself in the hand and got 2 stitches. Goddamn, knives. Knives are dangerous things. Yeah. It's a little while since I cut myself, and I don't think I've ever cut myself bad enough to need stitches. Or actually, I think there was a recent time I cut myself. I should have got stitches, and I didn't, and I just wrapped it up. It maybe needed stitches because a really sharp knife just went. I'll just wrap that up. It'll be fine. Stopped bleeding. Yes, that's an excellent point, Annette. Knives and alcohol don't mix. Good call. And hello, Kirsten. Nice to see you. So for country people can be jerks sometimes. Yes, as can city people. In my experience, there's a general problem with people and their tendency to be jerks. So it's something we have to be careful of because I think we're all guilty of it from time to time. I don't know, me more than many, maybe. Try to be conscious of when you're being a jerk. So, yeah. Oh, geez. I'm trying to remember something and that I found on the liquor.com website. I get my a daily email from them with drink ideas. And there's one that was actually for a spirit I have that I never see recipes for, a South American one called Cocalera. And so I'm going to make that at some point tonight. Looking at the look.com website. Oh, just headlines. How Hortense Vanderhorst is helping reinvent Paris's queer drinking scene. They have good articles. Actually, the two booze sites I go to most often are liquor.com and diffordsguide.com. Probably go to the Diffords site more. And they both have good articles. No, I don't remember the name. There it is. The name of this drink, the Wormhole Warrior, is great. So it has this Cocalero, which they're describing as a herbal spirit vodka. Vermouth, and then Tempus Fugit Grand Classico Bitter, which I don't have, but it's a typical sort of bitter. So I might do my normal, mix a bit of Okar Amaro and Okar Gold to approximate it. Oh, Jesus. Agro Pixie, you stabbed yourself sober. God damn. Yeah, Safa, you were born in the city, live in the country. I was born in the country, live in the city. I mean, broadly, you get more progressive people in the city. But yes, it's a mistake that a lot of city people make to go like, oh, everyone in the city is great. Everyone in the country is shit. You get shitty people in the country and you get shitty people in the city. Because Henry just went full nerd talking about 6 kinds of soil make up the area that cognac comes from. Full nerdy soil chats, 4 shots for repeating minerality. I love it when he gets hardcore nerd about the nature of things in the booze world. Very passionate about his chosen calling he is. Looking at a couple of my drinks that I think this one's done. You're done, aren't you? Gotta save. The curds smell so good. What do they taste like? Oh, they taste like pineapple and rum, of course. So this has got heaps of rum in it and pineapple. And it was obviously very brown when I started. And the clarification has made it beautifully yellow. Annette, really enjoying the Starwood Old Fashioned. It is great. It is very great. And enjoying the Starwood products generally. So, and you copped the Country versus City Slicker when you visited friends out past Gunnedah. Oh, yeah, people from country towns can be super fucking weird to you if they know you come from the city. Because yeah, they just are. They can be very weird. Now this is my other one, which is clarifying very slowly, but that's cool. I want to see what this looks like on the webcam. Okay, that's dull. In real life, this is an almost fluorescent green, like lime green. This is a clarified gin gimlet. And what I used in there was gin that I had macerated citrus peel in. So it had gone very yellow. It absorbed the color, left the peel in the gin for, well, quite a few days. Absorbed the color and the oils from the peel, so it's a very it's a very yellowy orange color, and it has this sort of citrus oil taste added to the gin, and lime juice and sugar syrup, and it appears the color that's come out of the citrus peel is very strong, because I did not expect it to be that color when it came through. I expected it to be almost clear, but I think that's the color from the citrus peel that's very persistent. And it's milk clarified, but I made it. I think this is the reason it's clarifying so slowly. Is I made it white chocolate milk. Like I've got some white drinking chocolate, so you can have like a white hot chocolate is the intention. I actually mixed it. I mixed a sachet that's meant to be for like a whole mug into only a couple of ounces, like 3 ounces of milk, and so that made it really thick. And the curdling happened quite spectacularly, but because of the consistency of the curds, it's filtering through very slowly. So I'll have to probably wait till tomorrow morning for that to be done. TikTok, I saw a rumor he signed an executive order that said he was going to declare it was banned. Usafa asking just about the Sam Miranda distillery in King Valley. The Hurdle Creek still. I have 2 of their products. There you go. That's nice. Oh, God, there were just so many things to buy, and I'm really enjoying buying things and getting deliveries. It's like presents you send yourself. I've got 3 things coming from the Ochre Nation, the folk at Applewood Distillery. I don't know if anyone remembers, was having the discussion on the stream the other night about their sweet vermouth, the Unicosello Yuzu vermouth, that I'd had a sample bottle of that you could now buy. And stupid me, I was going like, when's that going to appear on the Applewood site? But then I remembered their sister distributor, the winemaker Unicosello. I go, of course. And bloody vermouth's a wine, so it's not going to be on the distilling site, it's going to be on the wine site. And surely enough it was. And so I wanted to get a couple things and not pay for shipping twice. And yes, based on our conversation we had the other night, and Kirsten suggested it would work to just contact them. I did. I emailed them and said, hey, if I order something from the Applewood Distillery site and something from the Unicosello site, could I get it as one order and so I don't get 2 lots of shipping charge? And they said, yeah, do that and just tell us the orders. And so and of course there was a shipping charge on each order. I told them, they refunded 1, which was great. So I'm getting the Unicosello sweet vermouth, which is a fucking great sweet vermouth. Getting the Applewood limoncello. And my intention was always to get the coral gin, one of their specialty gins they had. And I went to the site and they had a brand new limited edition finger lime gin. And I was just like, fuck yeah, get the limited edition. So I got finger lime gin, limoncello, and vermouth coming. They'll probably arrive next week. I think the orders are en route, but it's coming from South Australia, so fuck knows if there'll be a delay. So, but sometime next week, I'll get my delivery from the Ochre Nation. Annette, you think your dog's depressed? Why am I laughing at your dog being depressed? That's not good. I don't want a depressed dog. Is it being inside too much is making your dog depressed? I'm deciding I really like this drink I made, actually. Now I can carbonate fucking alcoholic beverages. There's no stopping me. Actually, I think my son will really like that if I make him his own fucking version of a Bacardi breezer, essentially. Put some fruit juice in a vodka and carbonate it. Okay, and yeah, too much inside, not enough sun, make your dog depressed. It's making humans depressed. It makes sense that makes a dog depressed too. So, I saw that, Kirsten. You just launched gift cards on the website. The amount of people buying bottles and writing to me from me is quite high. It is honestly what I do. I did actually see that on the site that you were doing gift cards, and the next time I order something from Applewood, I'm definitely getting a gift card and writing a love note to myself. And it's 2 degrees this morning. Oh, yeah. Mornings are not good at the moment. We're slowly getting past, but it's sort of like late July and bleeding into August is always the worst time of the year for weather in Melbourne. You get the occasional days that's like, hey, it's a tiny little hint of spring. And then it's like, fucking fooled you. It's actually the tail end of winter, fucker. And happens every year. Yes, I'm sorry. Did I say Applewood, Kirsten? I meant fucking Starwood, because there is obviously going to be more purchases from Starwood when I burn through the ones I've already made. Kirsten, am I drunk? No, not really. There is alcohol in this, but it's just absent-minded me. Abigail, I did see that anti-maskers planning a march protest on Sunday, which I hope they do, because I want to see the cops fuck them up. But apparently the 2 people who were instigating the whole thing actually got arrested and got charged with a bunch of things, like also like instigating criminal act. because under the current laws, it's a criminal act. Ha ha ha. And because they're all paranoid fuckwits, getting arrested will make them go spare. I fucking love it. I want them. I want to protest, you cowards. Get out there in a big group and protest. And then you're all going to get fucking fined. And the ones who you fight are going to get fucked up and arrested. Chris, sorry about the curfew. Thank you for the sympathy, Chris. Mason Kid, have I had a Rodeo burger from Burger King? I am in Australia, in case you couldn't guess, and we don't have Burger King. There is a chain that kind of that was set up by Burger King. It's called Hungry Jack's, but they don't have exactly the same thing that Burger King in the US has. Kind of inspired by Burger King in the US, but not the same as. There's a long sordid story about that. Basically, someone Australian had registered the company name Burger King years ago, and they just had like a suburban burger place. And then when Burger King wanted to move into Australia, they found out to use the name, they'd have to buy it off this guy, and he's like asking for, I don't know, millions of dollars. He thought, this big American company want to come in, they'll pay me whatever I ask for. And they didn't. And they started up a chain, and they called it Hungry Jack's. And they ran for years as Hungry Jack's. And then somehow Burger King did actually get the rights to the name Burger King. And they did, in fact, open a few stores under the name Burger King, to which the franchisees of Hungry Jack's said, hey, you can't go into competition with us. That's breaching the fucking franchise that we paid a fortune for. And Burger King said, we can do whatever we want. And the Australian court said, no, you can't. And they lost a court case. So they appealed, and they lost the appeal. Then they appealed again, and they lost that appeal. And they eventually had to wake the fuck up and say, we actually don't make the laws in Australia. The Australian courts do. So, damn, Daniel. I did see that, Luke. Hungry Jack's taking the piss and calling a burger modeled on the Big Mac the Big Jack. What year did they appeal this? I've lost track of it, but this was like 5-10 years ago. Yes, Chris, the Anti-Mask League didn't do very well last pandemic. They weren't this pandemic either. Oh, there you go. Mega Leech, thank you. There is a Rodeo cheeseburger at Hungry Jack's. There you go. I do not go to the takeaway places very much at all. So, and I don't watch that much TV with commercials. So I was not aware what they had. Speak with one eye open. So, yeah, it's a thing. There we go. Right, I'm just trying to work something out here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No one else can see it, but there is one person who's occasionally commenting on Twitch with the username Mason Kid. So I probably should let you in on a little secret, buddy. Act like a cunt, and I will fucking get rid of you, because being an obnoxious cunt just makes you boring, and I don't have enough time for boring people. And I, by the way, get to define when you're being a cunt and when you're a waste of my time. And whine like a little bitch, and you go bye-byes much sooner. So I've mentioned this at burgers better at Burger King. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, there you go. Musical Aviator. You looked it up. The court case happened in 97. They appealed in 2001, and they lost their appeal. There you go. That was slightly longer ago than I thought, actually. But where was I? In St. Albans. There was a Burger King in St. Albans for a while. I went to the Burger King in St. Albans a couple of times, actually. Just a little bit of trivia. I went to the Western Suburbs Burger King when it existed. I remember being really shocked when I saw the Burger King sign because I knew, the whole Hungry Jack's story. So it was quite weird. But yes, it was one of those things where a big foreign company thinks they get to dictate what happens, and then they get the rude awakening that they don't control the country. Mind you, certainly some of the really ridiculous proposed trade deals. Like one of the funny things, like Trump is the epitome of even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Every now and then, almost accidentally, Trump says something that's true. And there was that particular trade deal that he says was bad for America. That was actually wrong. It was very good for America. It was very fucking bad for everywhere else. And it's kind of died because of Trump shitting on it. So it's like one of the few good things Trump did, because it was the Liberal Party in Australia was so keen to sign on to it, and it's fucking terrible for us. Is literally giving foreign companies the power to override laws. Thank you, Megaleech. The Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's just like the worst aspect of the TPP that I saw was these foreign companies actually being able to overrule the laws within another country if they think those laws were anti-competitive. Just the fucking nightmare of an American company being able to dictate the laws in Australia. Fucking hell. That's just like a nightmare. But yeah. Oh, Abigail, you saw a Burger King in Churnside Park. Where did we spot things? Yes, Abigail, that's a good summary of the TPP. It's everything wrong with late stage capitalism. I think it's just in stasis, Abigail, because Trump keeps shitting on it, which is weird because it's actually really good for America. It's just he's really accidentally right. Like the TPP is fucking nightmarish for basically everyone but America. And Trump's decided it's a bad deal. It's a bad deal. And he shat on it so much, I think he might have derailed it, which is, fucking good. Chris, the Hungry Jack's website's like the Twilight Zone. Carbon copy of the Burger King website in America, and the Big Jack is funny. There you go. I have to admit, I haven't looked at the Hungry Jack's or Burger King websites. There you go. Yeah, Megaleech, I think Trump did manage to cancel it, which, like I said, he accidentally did the right thing. He actually did the right thing for the wrong reasons, because he had this obsessive thing that it was bad for America. It was actually bad for everyone but America. But fuck. Chris, that's a fair call. You're a vegetarian. All meat burgers taste bad to you. As an absolutely fair call. I am an unrepentant meat eater. I like the taste of dead animals. I like to scorch their flesh and chew it up. Safi, you reckon Putin didn't like TPP? That would make sense. That would absolutely make sense. Because I do think the TPP would have disadvantaged Russia. So it would make absolute sense that it was Putin's influence that made him go against the TPP. But I don't know. YouTube, did I see Trump's recent tweet? Sorry, losers and haters. I think that's quite an old one. He might have repeated it, but it's quite an old one. Trump tweeting, sorry, losers and haters. I have one of the highest IQs in the world. Don't be jealous and insecure. Guy is so fucking weird. He's just fucking weird. Chris, you used to like them, but health issues ruined it for you. I don't understand that. Yeah, I very rarely go to one of the big chains. I can't even remember the last time I did. I got a back scratcher, and now I'm obsessed with scratching my back. Probably looks really gauche. I don't know. I do go to like our sort of upmarket local burger places, though. They're yummy. YouTube, he might have repeated it, but I'm sure he did that a while back. After newly elected US President Donald Trump withdrew the US signature from TPP, the agreement could not be ratified and required and did not enter into force. There you go. Thank fuck. Annette, you're a big blue marshmallow. That is perfectly okay. And hello, Charlie. How are you? Oh, there's a cat at the door. I think Cat wants to get in. Let me see. Just a sec. Are you at that door? That was weird. It's Shadow. She's at the door opposite our spare bedroom, aka the office, and Mrs. Angry's in there. And for some reason, Shadow acts like it's really important that she gets in there and will meow quite loudly. Oh, Safa, a Porto's is not a fancy burger. A Porto's is another chain. It's a smaller chain, but it's a chain. A Porto's is actually good. I actually don't want to rag on a Porto's. They're pretty good. But they're a chain as well. They're a franchise. Smaller one, but they're a franchise. No, just in the surrounding suburbs, within the 5-kilometer radius that I'm allowed to travel, there's probably half a dozen good independent burger places. Probably at least half a dozen, actually. Very yummy. And you like Shadow reacting to state of disaster? YouTube, Brett Sutton, hot or not? Hot. Big dad energy coming from Brett Sutton, Victoria's chief health officer. Absolutely. Chris, how's Australia handling the COVID? We have the worst outbreak so far currently in Melbourne. We're getting hundreds, like up to 400 to 800 cases a day. We're getting half a dozen to a dozen deaths every day, mostly quite old people because there's been an outbreak across a series of aged care facilities. We're under really strict controls, and hopefully the numbers go down next week. That's what we're hoping. But Ned was just saying, when the actual announcement of a state of disaster and the curfew and everything was announced on Sunday, Shadow was actually sitting on my knee. And so I wanted to get a picture of her with the TV in the background. So I had my camera ready and you did the puss, 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 puss. And she looked around and went click. And so it's a good picture. There's Dan Andrews talking on the TV and Shadow looking over her shoulder at me. And you can really sort of put the expression on her of going, the fuck, he just said we're having a curfew. Chris, what's the numbers? Look, on the world scale, the numbers are still really low. For instance, our population is bigger than Florida. Florida's number of cases and deaths are 10 to 100 times worse than ours. But it's worse than we want. And it's taken us completely by surprise because we were starting to relax and think we just about have this under control. And then there were a couple of fuck ups, and lo and behold, this is a super fucking contagious disease. And everything's Brett Sutton's totally the sort of boy I lusted after back when we were both 90s grunge kids. Yeah. Oh my God, have you seen photos of young Brett Sutton? Young Brett Sutton's hot too. It's not just the big dad energy that current Brett Sutton has with his silver fox and I've been working too hard stubble. He was a hottie when he was young too. Safra, it does seem like the failure of hotel quarantine could be the source of our troubles. It's certainly a source of our troubles, and it was certainly a fuck up. What cracks me up is the Murdoch hacks and the fucking rabid conservative politicians in Australia saying it's all Dan Andrews' fault. You're using private security guards at the fucking hotel. Should have bloody used the fucking army. Could you imagine how these fucking lunatics would have acted if, with no evidence, with no prior action to judge it on, when we're doing the hotel quarantine in Melbourne, Dan Andrews said, the army's going to be enforcing this. I'm not using a private security company because they're untrustworthy. Geez, they'd probably fuck the guests to let them go out. So no private enterprise involved. It's just going to be the big boot of government and the army controlling things. The Murdoch media and the conservative politicians would have lost their fucking tiny little minds. They are such fucking scum. I fucking hate them. Chris, your cousin's at ICU in Florida from COVID. I'm sad to hear that, man. I'm so worried because through the internet, even if I didn't have friends in the US, just people. I worry about people. But yeah, I do have a lot of friends in the US, and I really worry what's going to happen over the next couple months in the US. I fear the US is in for a very cruel winter, because also with people seeming to be aggressively resistant to proper distancing and isolation measures, you're going to get the normal flu deaths as well, which is a lot of people. See, we didn't get any flu deaths. Well, we got some, but our flu cases at the start of the flu season, it was looking like it was going to be a bad flu season. But then because of all the isolating and whatnot, it's like the number of flu cases just dropped right off. Side benefit to what we're doing. So on top of the fucking rampant spread of COVID-19, the US is going to get its normal level of flu deaths as well. Hospitals are going to get overwhelmed. We'll see what happened in Italy, where when the hospitals get overwhelmed, the death toll spirals. People who have treatable conditions that aren't COVID-19 start dying because they can't get medical care, and everything goes to shit. That's the thing. Yeah, and they definitely would have called him a tank if he called the army in. And at YouTube, the protest marches, the anti-mask morons, I want them to protest because it would cheer me up so much to see video of the cops fucking them up. All cops are bastards, but if they fuck up some COVIDiots, I'll get a laugh. Right. Luke, how's AIDS? I don't know. I'm actually a tiny bit worried about him. Chris, you probably know 20 or 30 people sick. Been hardcore ranting for months. Yeah. I am super worried. See, Chris, you're saying 1 million dead. The thing is, if there is no vaccine or no effective treatment in the next year, widely available in the next year, and we have to be realistic and say the most likely outcome is there will be no widely available vaccine inside of 12 months. In that context, in the US, 1 million dead is the best possible outcome. That's the thing. And this is the thing. No matter what we do, we don't get a vaccine. You have to look at anywhere between 1% and 5%. And again, and that's if things go perfectly well. Over the next year or two, you have to look at 1 to 5% of your population dying from COVID. And that's if everything goes perfectly. Because it's just super fucking contagious and it kills a certain number of people. And if we don't find a way to control it, either with an effective vaccine or an effective treatment, then there's a limit to how much you can control the spread. I mean, the US isn't even fucking trying. But, well, that's a slight exaggeration. But there's a limit to how much you can control a disease that's this contagious, that just keeps coming back. You have it more or less under control, you relax, and then off she goes again. Chris, you're in the Pacific Northwest. 50% want to make the independent nation of Cascadia a real thing. Yeah. Look, if a country gets a vaccine, will they share it with the whole world? See, that's the billion-dollar question, really. I know one or two of the companies are getting a bit optimistic with their stuff that's under trial and are already producing millions of doses of something that may never get released, because I think it's more than 95% of potential vaccines fail, either because they're not safe or they just don't work. And it's going to be a while before we get it. And then once you get one, like all these trials that are going on, if these trials get to the point where they go, okay, we believe this vaccine is triggering the right immune response, we also believe it's not dangerous, then you have to get it. Oh, Jane, how can you see what other people are asking me? Join on YouTube, because, yeah, you're the only one watching from Facebook. So I'll put the link there. If you watch on YouTube instead of Facebook, you will see all the things I'm answering, all the comments I'm answering. Chris, counting stars, the world could move on without the United States. It's going to be fucked from. Look, I think globally we're going to feel the impact of this for at least a decade. Like economically and socially, we'll still be feeling the impact of this for a decade. This is some serious fucking shit. This is once in a century shit. Safa, would a US collapse be worse than the USSR collapse? Probably. Would have more of an impact on the world economy and socially. Of course, the big fear with things getting unstable in the US is the size of the US Army and nuclear arsenal. The idea of those things not being under control is very troubling. In fact, those things, even the level of control they're under now is disturbing. But a complete collapse is very bad. Very, very, very bad. And it's very easy to find knowledge that will make you freaked out and worried about what happens in the US, because already, like, the security at nuclear facilities is terrible. The security on armaments in army camps is terrible, but the security in the nukes is probably worse. I don't know, man, Chris, what the election's going to do on the nation rest. Hey, if you want a fun and disturbing listen, I've brought this one up before. There's a podcast. It's a limited run podcast. It was made last year, I think. I think it was just last year. It's called It Could Happen Here. It's a journalist called Robert Evans. He currently does and has been for a couple of years doing a podcast called Behind the Bastards. But he's done conflict journalism. He's traveled to conflict zones around the world to report on them, including Syria and Iraq and places like that. And he has a very good understanding of social and political things, and he's seen places torn apart by war. And the limited run podcast, It Could Happen Here, explores the idea of a second civil war in America. Evans grew up in Texas, and he's a real gun guy. He's an anarchist, basically. No, Annette, that wasn't the live stream link. Do you want the live stream link? Who wants the live stream link? Because, oh, yeah, God, I've been here an hour. because Friday night's party night. Yeah, well, Chris, if you want to get depressed, the podcast "It Could Happen Here" is very plausible. He explores all the ways the current sort of unrest in America could get completely destabilized, and you could get the equivalent of a second civil war in America. And it's horribly plausible. It's horribly plausible. So, yes, there is the stream link because it's Friday night party night for anyone who wants to join. And first through the door, it's Nettie. Hey.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm drunk.
Oh, that's cool. I'm going to catch up.
This is my fourth.
All right. Well, this is probably equivalent to 2 or 3 of what you're drinking. So I've got to get serious after this, though. Start mixing some cocktails. So, Chris, you live in Portland. Oh, yes. You've had, 2 solid months every single night, protests on the streets of Portland. And, in fact, Robert Evans is on the ground in Portland reporting at the moment. Kirsten's patiently waiting for the football to finish. Well, you know me. It's Friday night. We're going to be here a while. Make it a party night. It's been fairly well behaved all week.
Where's Kirsten?
She's waiting.
Kirsten.
She's waiting for the football to finish, and then she'll join us.
Always.
Just doing the even time with the husband, letting him have the sports, and then she'll have the live stream. That'll be good this week.
I'm very happy with this. I'm very happy with my Starward.
Yeah. That literally, we'd love to say, Nettie has the Starward Premix Old Fashioned, won a very prestigious award, the best premix cocktail in the world. So, and Abigail.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Oh, we want to talk.
I'm a blue marshmallow.
Is that a reference that I'm missing, or
no? It's my jumper. That's how it makes me feel.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm a lumberjack. You know, got my flannelette shirt on. YouTube's raining on you in the inner west. I think there's been some light rain here. Been a shitty couple of days weather-wise.
It's going to be a shitty few more days.
Awful weather out there at the moment.
Yeah. We're going to talk sports ball. Luke said something happened to Richmond. See, I don't know. That's why I say when we talk about those people who say they're going to do a protest, I went, yeah, do, because I want video of the cops kicking the shit out of you, because that's the closest I get to watching sport.
Sorry, everybody just disappeared and came back.
Yeah, you froze for a second, so that's all right. Chris wants to escape to Canada. It's just over the border, isn't it? My geography is very poor. But
is my microphone coming through okay? Is my sound all right?
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Okay. Yeah, you sound fine.
So I'm getting a bit of choppy noise, and that usually means my whole audio setup is dying. I think I need a dedicated sound card. Because the onboard one isn't that great.
That's fair. Oh, yeah. Are we going to have to educate Chris about Aussie rules football? It's a weird, bastardized sport that was invented in Melbourne. Owes a lot to Gaelic football, but does
aerial ping pong.
Yeah, basically, it's a lot of jumping and kicking, long kicks. It's actually like I don't follow it at all. But in a normal winter, if I had particularly someone from overseas visiting and they wanted to see stuff, I'd say, oh, let's go to a footy game. Let's go to the G. Because that's an experience. Going to the MCG with a rabid crowd at a football game is quite the experience. And you don't even have to know the sport very well, I think, to go, oh, look, yeah, that's obviously good. The guy kicked it. That guy caught it. You know, everyone cheered. That must have been good.
It went through some sticks. Everyone got excited. We all
Aurora,
joined in.
straight through the sticks.
I call it yelling in unison. There's something
Yeah,
awesome about yelling in unison.
I call it either foosball or sports ball, and I have no interest in it at all.
Yeah.
I have an interest in yelling.
Yeah. Apparently, the yelling at your front door actually went off tonight.
Did it?
Someone set up a Facebook thing for Melbourne, 7 p.m. tonight. Stand on your front porch and yell your frustration. I saw a couple people posts on like Twitter and stuff. They recorded it. They went out to here and they're recording, and you could hear all this.
Unprecedented. Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's my contribution. It's a bit late, but.
Oh dear.
Well, there you go.
That was the suggestion from the organisers, that we all yell unprecedented and never say it again.
Unprecedented. Oh, Luke is saying Richmond had something strange happen where they were in the locker room touching each other. So that's special.
Oh, I saw that.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. Oh,
I did actually see
behind
the video.
you.
They seem to be getting familiar with each other's butts. And hey, good on them. Good on
Was
them.
it butts? I thought it was the front bottom.
Well, it could have been. There's a bit of stuff where someone seemed to be probing, I don't know.
Grabbing stuff.
No, they don't wear helmets, Chris.
No helmets, Chris. They don't even wear. In rugby league, at least they wear like shoulder pads and whatnot.
That's because all they do is slam into each other.
Yeah, Australian rules is about speed, so they're just wearing little singlets and shorts, usually far too tight, the shorts, and
that's what bring the girls in. And some
Warren Kappa, famously in the 80s, was wearing the super tight shorts.
Yeah, they don't wear pads because they're skinny.
They are freakishly, because again, they tend to be fairly tall as well, and because the rugby league people do the derogatory thing about aerial ping pong, because they certainly don't look like front row forwards in rugby union or rugby league, but they're freakishly athletic. Like most of them are over 6 foot, and they are muscled as fuck. Like they're all man mountains, these guys, and it's like, for a little short ass like me, they're really quite fucking threatening.
I've been here 20 years and no one has sat me down to watch an AFL game.
I've probably been to 3 games, and each time it was, as I said, it was with someone who was visiting. Say, hey, hell yeah, let's go to a footy game, and it'd be in the middle of a big rabid crowd for a game that we don't give a shit about. It's just like,
yeah.
The last AFL game I saw was actually up in Sydney with Sydney people, because the Sydney Swans were in it.
Yeah.
And Roy and HG were calling it on Triple J.
Nice.
And they were calling it the Festival of the Boot.
The Festival of the Boot. Yeah.
Because the rugby union and the AFL finals landed on the same weekend.
Yes. I gotta love Roy and HG. Yeah.
I don't know what I was yelling about, but I was having a great time.
Yeah. I actually did work experience at Triple J at the end of my uni because I was doing a communications degree, and
oh my God, you're so lucky!
Yeah, I wangled my way to do it. And back in the day, it's when This Sporting Life was still on, and Roy and actually, because they were both ABC employees. John Doyle, who was Roy, actually had a daily ABC AM radio show. Greg Pickover, he just did Roy and Ashley. But I was in the Triple J newsroom, and that's where their desk was, because they were the sports department of Triple J News. And the way they would prepare for the weekend, they would just spend the whole week with the papers looking up sports stories. And they'd just say, like, did you see this one? Such and such did this. And if they weren't interested, they go, yeah. And if they were kind of interested, they'd keep talking. And if they were really interested, at a certain point, they would turn into Roy and HG. And it was so hard. It was so hard to work because they were so funny. But that's how they developed the script for the weekend. They just go like, see, Greg Norman did the thing, and and then particularly when HG got some wind up and he's going, "Oh, Greg Norman!"
Oh my God, that would have been so cool to see.
It was just watching them, just being these two blokes at the desk reading the newspaper and talking. Do you like this story? Do you like that story? And when they really latched on to one they liked, they would turn into Roy and HG and riff on it for 10 or 15 minutes. So hard to work when they were doing that.
That was so good.
It was so funny.
Like I have zero interest in the sports balls of all sorts. And they gave me interest. They even gave me interest in the Sydney Olympics, which was quite odd.
What they call it, the dream.
Yes. The dream. Oh God, they were so sarcastic.
Yeah.
And
so I've recently gotten into a sport. It's marble racing on YouTube.
Oh yes.
It's so good.
Yes.
Yeah.
marble racing. That's not
Marble racing.
right because it involves a round thing. It's a sport because it involves a tiny round thing.
I guess, but like they have a marble Olympics and marble rallies in the sand, and it's just it's riveting. They have a professional sportscaster commentating on it, and it's really great.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, look it up, Nettie. It's really good.
Yes.
Do Roy and HG call it though?
Oh, it'd be better if Roy and HG called it. Would be better.
Actually, Aussie man, he seems to be a sort of inheritor of the Roy and HG vibe.
Quite possibly he could do it. Or else I have to do. I was looking up the ingredients for the drink I'm making. I need vermouth as well. Right. That's sherry. That's vermouth. Okay.
I bought vermouth once because I thought I would get into martinis because martinis are sophisticated and cool. And then I realized martinis taste like shit.
I get a good gin and a good vermouth, and it's like I bought Cinzano the first time I bought vermouth, and Cinzano's fucking.
Well, I bought Cinzano.
Yeah.
This one, an Australian one, Maiden Eye, costs literally 3 times more than Cinzano, and then I tasted it, and is it 3 times better than Cinzano? Yes, it is. It is absolutely worth it because Cinzano is terrible, and this is actually quite good. And plus supporting local again. Right. Wait, is this a stirred or a shaken drink that I'm making here? Stirred. Okay, I've got my shaker out and I need a stir. Let me see, what can I get? This will do for a stirring cup. Cup from my Boston shaker. I never use the Boston shaker because I'm always scared I'm going to break it.
Chris is going to bed. It's 4 a.m. wherever he is.
Chris, thanks for dropping in.
That's late.
Nice. All right. Well, take some rest, my man.
What are you doing?
All right.
What are you doing?
I'm going to put some ice in my easy glass.
What are you doing?
All right, ice.
You stay here with me. No, I don't trust you.
Oh,
Oopsie.
happy.
Oh, she was making a nest, and I worry when she makes a nest if she's going to wee in it or if she's actually making a nest and going to go to sleep. Do you want your jumper off, darling? Yes, it is getting a bit warm in here, isn't it? I'll get your jumper off.
Yeah, Ludo just made a nest on the bed and then licked his dick for a minute.
So glad I've got girl dog.
A girl dog's less trouble.
Oh, yes.
All right, I'm going to chalk some glasses. Right.
Girl dogs,
Work.
boy cats. That's the way to go.
Oh, I got girl.
Girl cats get up the duff so much.
Well, not snip, snip, you know.
Well, I
Gonna
had
get him
I
spayed.
had a phase of irresponsible cat caring.
Yeah, we grew
And-
up with madly pregnant cats. We had so many generations of cats at my house.
Yes. Well, in that case, maybe you had a childhood like my kids, because we had at one point we had a bird fly into the house, and I realized that, oh my God, I have 7 cats all trying to kill this bird. Oh my God.
Did you even have a house left after that?
No.
They would have made
It was
a
a
mess.
bit of a shit house. It was very shit. Actually, it was full of ferret poo from the last last.
Okay.
They didn't clean it out. We had nowhere to put our fridge, so we just put it down on top of the ferret poo with the idea that we would move it and we would clean it, and it never happened. And so the place smelled of ferret poo the entire time we were there.
I once lived in a house that was owned by Vic Roads, and it was supposed to be in the pathway of Eastlink, the big highway, big freeway.
Okay.
But they and so like they didn't care about the house because it was just going to get demolished. And so the people I was living with at the time, and one of the reasons why I never will live in a share house ever again, just trashed the place. Yeah, it was awful.
I have heard of such places.
Moved out very quickly. But it turned out that they moved where the freeway was going.
Yes.
And all that damage that they did, suddenly Vic Roads cared a lot about it because they wanted to sell the place and get their money back. So I had moved out before then. Yeah.
Before the shit hit the fan.
Lucky.
Yeah. So
yeah, I've had some hell flatmates. Yeah.
Yeah, they were the worst.
What is going on,
We can
Charlie?
hear being enthusiastic.
He's just licking the sheet. I don't know what. Oh, there you go.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Just being
He's been
enthusiastic.
looking for this toy
Ludo.
for a while, and he finally found it.
When this COVID business is finished, I want to give Ludo such a big huggy.
Aww.
He's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I do miss having a big dog to hug. They're also. I used to have a Doberman.
He does like
They're
to
great.
give hugs.
Yeah, a big dog to big hug.
Yeah.
Big sookies. Little sookies you have to be careful with.
All right. Keep forgetting things. We don't need to get a stirring spoon and got distracted. Stirring spoon. Okay.
So there's no word from Aidsy?
No, so I'm slightly worried about him because I messaged him today and didn't get a reply. It's not a great sign. So I'll try again tomorrow. But yes, it's in the slightly worrying stage. Him being incommunicado basically all week. Last I heard from him was on Tuesday.
Whole week, man.
Yeah. I heard from him on Tuesday. He wanted to join the stream, but then he said he couldn't stay awake. And then I haven't heard from him since then.
Maybe he's been asleep all this time.
Maybe.
Actually, no.
Like I said, I normally avoid calling him for just that reason, that maybe he's only just gone to sleep. But I'll actually try calling him tomorrow, I think.
There are so many weird sounds going on in this stream at the moment.
There are. I'm doing ice ASMR.
I realise that I've got the exact same mixing spoon as you have.
With the twist in it.
Yeah, I do, and it's blackish.
This
Sort of dark grey, kind of gunmetal grey.
This did have bronze colour on it, and the dishwasher stripped that off, and now it's sort of silvery. Yeah. Okay. I got to get my strainer. I keep forgetting things. All right. Now I'll get a glass. Oh my God.
Oh, is it? Can you hear him doing that?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm supposed to put some bitters in
I'm
this.
sorry.
Well, he's cute, so we forgive him.
Yeah, he's gorgeous.
Well, I mean, I have to hear this shit every night, so.
It turns into wallpaper, doesn't it? It's not, it doesn't register anymore. He's lovely.
Okay. See, this is what I'm basing
Stop
this
banging it, bum! Stop it!
Cocalero, Spirit of the Andes. Inspired by cocaleros who passionately ply their ancient trade in the jungle regions of the Andes Mountains. 17 hand-selected South American botanicals are infused to craft a unique and curious spirit.
He doesn't care. Look, Pluto. Look at the doggy. Oh.
She's gone.
Share doggies.
Yeah.
So, Charlie, what have you got behind you? What's your background? What behind you? So I wasn't asking about your DNA.
My kids,
Yeah.
Psycho Circus.
Cool.
Oh, it's Kiss.
Wow, where'd you get that from? That's
I
cool.
think I bought that at a convention. I think it was Supernova.
Okay.
Yeah, Psycho Circus. That was the reunion album from from like 2000 or late 90s.
That's so weird.
2000s. The original. That was when the original lineup got back together and they did a reunion tour and they did a reunion album and it was called Psycho Circus. And that's what that is.
That's cool.
It does look. It's a very good backdrop. It's not good. Oh God! Now the fridge is singing the song.
It's not. I mean, it's not good for people who are scared of clowns.
No.
Thankfully, I don't have that.
Did you know that bipolar people have been noted as having, a lot of them are afraid of clowns? It's like,
It's just a thing. People are afraid of clowns.
yeah, people are.
Clowns are fucking creepy.
more
Of course
bipolar
they
people.
are. Clowns are
The more
just
bipolar
genuinely
people are
creepy.
afraid of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've told this because I used to. I did clown stuff when I was at college doing my theatre degree, and we performed at like a school kid's fete, and some horrible little. I've told this story. Horrible little shit kids were harassing me, and I got rid of most of them, but one of them wouldn't go away. He was trying to get my hat. I was wearing a Napoleon type hat as a character, and this little shit of a kid kept trying to get it, but he was only, I don't know, 10, so he's too short, and he couldn't get it. And if I held my head up, even when he was jumping, he couldn't get it. But he was smashing in with all this stuff, and I kept trying to get away from him while being, I'm a clown. And he kept following me, and all the other kids went away, and this one was still harassing me. And at some point, I noticed in my attempt to get away from him, I was sort of out of line of sight of basically anyone. And this horrible shit of a kid is still assaulting me. And I look, no one can see me, no one can see me. And I'm going, I'm a clown, I'm a clown. And I just reached down and grabbed him by the front of his shirt and lifted him up into my face and said, if you do not fuck off, I will tear your fucking head off and kick down your neck, you cunt. And then dropped him and went, I'm a clown, I'm a clown, I'm a clown. And he was traumatized. He was just, what?
Thing.
Did that just happen?
Okay, that's the truth. That's the truth of the fear of clowns.
Yeah.
All the little kids who've done that, who like shit the clown to death.
Yeah. He will tell people that story, I hope. And he goes, well, once this clown threatened to murder me, and they go, clowns don't threaten to murder you.
What was that, Charlie?
Can't sleep, clown will eat me.
Yeah, Bart Simpson, yes. Very much so. But yes, I know why at least one person is scared of clowns. Yeah. So
Alice Cooper wrote a song based on that Simpsons bit called Can't Sleep, Clowns Will Eat Me. He did. And it's a good song.
Nice.
Yes, I know my favorite comic writer, Neil Gaiman, actually wrote a comic for Alice Cooper for some concept album Alice Cooper did. He actually wrote a whole story for it. Which is dodgy because Alice Cooper's actually a complete fucking shithead. He's a reactionary right-wing
he's a
prick.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, some time ago I noticed he was making these really right-wing kind of comments, but I didn't realize he was quite so far, but I'm not actually surprised. Yeah.
I knew he was a Republican and he voted for George W. Bush back in the day, but
yeah. I wrote him off when he was in an interview when he was in Australia, and he just said something about the Gulf War and how George Bush rules. And the interview was we had to attack Iraq because of 9/11. And but Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. And Alice Cooper's response was, well, I bet they were happy anyway. And it's just like, dude, you can't start a war that kills 1 million people because you think someone doesn't like you. But hey, David, no, he's not as bad as Ted Nugent. That's a good parallel to do. Ted Nugent is
hell of a standard there.
But I love his music and.
I listened to early Alice Cooper so much. My older siblings were really into Alice Cooper. I saw the Welcome to My Nightmare movie multiple times. I've got that album on vinyl, and again, not hipstery. I bought it recently. It's no, it's from the 70s. And again, that makes me sound like a worse hipster. It's no, I'm not a hipster. I'm just old.
You were old before it was cool.
Exactly, right? So,
I'm tempted to go get the cat.
And his long hair.
Oof.
Yes.
Gary Glitter.
Gary Glitter.
That's a big oof.
So I'm tempted to get my cat.
And his long hair. When he was 22.
Make her make purring sounds and start licking the microphone just in solidarity to this dog that's chewing on the toy.
I'm gonna get another drink now.
That's another.
Having the time of his life.
I do like his music, but
yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, again, hearing him growing up was this is great. Yeah. And it's kind of funny that they used that song "He's in the Joker" movie because it was really fitting for the scene when Joker's sort of finally coming into his own and he's dancing down the stairs. The song's called "Rock and Roll Number One" or something.
And just recently, Green Day came out with a new album just recently, and the lead single samples "Do You Want to Touch Me?" But here's the thing, though, is that apparently in America they're much more familiar with the Joan Jett version than the Gary Glitter version. So
that could be it. Yeah, she's a weird one too, actually. But she's prone to really weird pronouncements. But she's lived a fairly wild life. So, but I'm just getting the giggles out here. It's like someone's being mauled.
I mean, I can take it away from him if it's distracting.
Oh, but he seems like he must be so happy with it.
I can give him a quieter toy.
The live stream Kirsten and I were watching earlier, they had pre-packaged cocktails. They're all in these sealed plastic bags and whatnot, and the guys were cutting them open and mixing the various bits. And one bit, the host Henry's saying the guy he's on Zoom with, like, you have to shake this one a bit, and so inside this plastic bag they're shaking this squelchy drink, and it's just making this really repetitive squelchy noise. And I was busy typing an innuendo comment, and Henry just goes, "This just sounds like masturbation, doesn't it?" Wow. I was going to be a bit more subtle and use innuendo, but you just come out and said, "No, this is absolutely a masturbation noise here." It's just this squelchy, 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 squelchy noise. But oh dear. Okay, well, if Annette's hitting the Starward whiskey hard, I am too. The one thing I haven't made of my favourite whiskey drinks is a whiskey sour. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a whiskey sour.
The thing you recommend with the orange rind around the rim is awesome.
That's just how you make your old fashioned absolutely next level. You might have
I've been doing it with everyone.
Yeah. You might have a good old fashioned, but just a piece of orange peel, squeeze it over, wipe it around the rim. Oh, so much better. And here's Kirsten.
Hello.
Hello.
So my husband has vacated and gone to the room. So he's taken the football watching to the room. He didn't want me to miss out with you guys. That's a lot, Nettie.
Did he hear our comments about football earlier?
No.
I've had a stressful week.
He's just an excellent husband who's like,
seem to be.
I know that you want to be on the stream, and so yeah.
Oh, what a sweetie.
That's sweet. All right. So let's go to town. I'm going to make a Fortis whiskey sour.
Don't let him take meth or they stop being sweet.
I don't think that he would be interested in that, and we've sort of moved past that.
That's good.
That stage of our life where that might be fun. So
Right.
he didn't drink until he was like 29. So hasn't done that.
Yeah,
which is pretty good.
So I'm going to do a double.
Once he put his
ounces.
heart set on one toy, he has to have it. So there you go.
I have to admit, I'm definitely keeping this bottle when it's done. Really soak off the labels, but it's got stars and everything painted on the bottle. Definitely keeping the bottle.
I have like 50,000 of those bottles, Angry.
I imagine you do have one or two, yes.
No, genuinely, I got stock counts today. I have 50,000 of those bottles. 56,480.
Damn. Okay.
Just bury them in the backyard. You know that there'll be an amazing find for the uni students of tomorrow.
Ah, yes, good.
An archaeological dig.
Yeah, when they dig up, when they're doing their veggie patch or whatever hippie shit they're into at the time,
Ooh.
they'll find it.
Okay.
I think it would be quite disturbing if they found 56,000 of them. Also, my boss would kill
I'll just
me.
be back in a sec.
Yep.
Because,
Okay.
lots of bottles of whiskey that need to be packaged into them.
All right.
56,000. Actually, that's a lot. It's quite a lot.
That's quite a lot. Oh, I've gone and put this in ice without remembering. I want to do a dry shake. Okay.
I forgot ice. Oh, well.
It's 97 pallets.
Ooh, okay. $97 pallets. Da-da. Add the ingredients.
See, this is my way of learning about food with mixology.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, flavors and how things go together and how smell will affect things.
Absolutely.
And if you have the time, you should join Angry and I on the Applewood Facebook page live stream that starts at 6:30. They're really great.
Actually.
Ah.
I did today. I did until someone made a comment about I'm such a white girl. I went, ow, and turned them off.
Oh, that's fair.
What's wrong with being a girl? Fuck yeah.
I think that's when he was referring to Midori, I think, from memory.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. And I've had an experience with Midori, which meant that I couldn't drink it again for another 10 years. So,
You know what's really funny is that the company I used to work at, our receptionist's name was Midori.
Oh, God.
And she was in her 50s and from Japan. And that was her name.
It's Japanese. It's Japanese for green.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's such a worry.
Dingle Doty, the people who brewed beer because it was safer than drinking water, I think that's sort of a common theme for all those beer-loving countries.
Mm.
I've also seen some historians say that's complete bollocks as well, but who knows?
Well, when I
we'll
was
ignore them because they're not fun.
When I was in the Czech Republic and a glass of orange juice was 3 times the price as a glass of beer, I'm going to take the glass of beer, even though I don't like beer.
Yeah.
And they insisted that we did a welcome shot when we walked into our hostel, which is hilarious because at the time my husband didn't drink at all, hence why buying a glass of orange juice and a glass of beer.
Yeah.
And yes, that was probably the first time we did a shot of vodka, and the poor guy was like, is it supposed to be this bad?
I used
supposed to
work with
like it.
Czechoslovakians, and they were all they were really eccentric. The Czechs. Like there was this guy, he was huge. His name was John Rosenthal. He was huge, and he kind of Oh, I hate to say it, but he had a head like a toad, and he would yell at his underling. He was an engineer, and he had a draftsman who he would yell at. He'd go, "Carl, come here! I kill you!" Like this all the time. Yeah, that was John. And he used to go up on the roof and get stoned. It's kind of weird to see for a 21-year-old receptionist to see her kind of boss come down from the roof, stoned, yelling, "I'm going to kill you!" And
not ideal.
Weird place to work.
Right.
What did I just walk into?
Yeah, something pretty
That's a
wild.
story and a half.
And that's traumatic memories.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I was 22, not 21. Yeah.
But yeah, that was a bit strange. Like the whole country was a bit strange, and that's okay.
Apparently, after leaving this particular arrangement, it was consultants, and he was consulting with the consultants and stuff like. Anyway, he fucked off, and he married some, like a woman who looked like a prima ballerina because they all look like that from, over there. And the last I heard, he was selling Avon and weapons in.
Hey, two great tastes that go great together.
He was selling Avon and weapons, guns in Czechoslovakia.
One's a pyramid.
Avon calling, and you will answer.
Yes, or else. Cheers, Nate. Got a nice foamy head on my whiskey sour. Now to.
I also have an old fashioned, but it's not a Starward old fashioned. It is from the Left Bank.
Ah, okay.
Bar just around the corner from my house.
Nice.
Mm.
So
it looks
they're
very
doing
red.
It is quite red. Yeah. Not sure why it's so red, but yeah, they're selling them for like $20 for this bottle, and there are definitely more than 2 drinks.
Yeah, it looks like at least 3.
Yeah.
Oh, so Kirsten,
not too bad.
This is a Fortis whiskey sour. It's so good.
Show me your bottle, Angry. I want to see how much you've got left.
Oh, he doesn't have fingers.
Let's just say I've been more controlled than Annette. Look, it's.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. I was a bit worried that you would have it half finished already.
No, but I have had. Well, I made the 2 videos. I think one of the Boulevardier had 2 shots in it, and no, I think they were both 2 shots. So I've had 6 shots of it, counting this one. So I've not been shy.
And you're enjoying it?
Oh yeah. The Boulevardier in particular, something about the way the Fortis blended with the Unicosello Yuzu vermouth. It just blended into this bloody fruity extravaganza. They went so well together.
Awesome.
Probably have to just make it a Manhattan.
Well, a Manhattan is.
What's in the Manhattan?
Manhattan is David Vitale's favorite drink.
Okay.
So everything is designed to go in a Manhattan because
that makes sense. Yeah.
It's not a huge bottle. It's 500 mils. It's supposed to be 10 drinks. In
yes,
theory.
I'm up to 5.
Yeah, I reckon you'll get 10 out of that.
Yeah, I don't remember. I got somewhere between 8 and 10. I was slightly generous with the pours a lot of the time. but I got between 8 and 10 out of it. Very, very nice. This has been saying to need like experiment. Like I did it with a few different fruit liqueurs as well. I did it with the mac. I did it with a banana liqueur. Throwing in a little bit extra doesn't hurt. Just gives it a whole sort of different layer.
Well, what I've done with this one, I put in a tablespoon of sugar syrup, a tablespoon of lemon juice, and muddled the whiskey and all that with the green stuff, the mint. That's it. And I've done the orange round the rim, and a little bit of soda water, and it's just bloody delicious. I love it.
That's good.
Yeah.
I feel so boring compared to everyone in all their cocktails. Like I really, I drink cider and occasionally vodka, and that's about it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I barely ever drink. I might have like 1 or 2 drinks a year.
That's all right.
Nothing wrong with that. Don't want you to feel bad about that.
Well, you know, I became single about 2 years ago, and I thought when COVID came along, I thought, well, what skills should I learn? And I thought mixology, so that I can actually be a social person again and have something to offer.
So I have to share some non-alcoholic recipes with you. You're going to take a couple of weeks off, Nettie. So get yourself some mint. Mint is great in drinks.
Oh, I love mint. Yeah.
I think, does this one have mocktails in it?
It's not easy to get at the moment.
It is actually a little bit difficult to get, yes.
There's
Can't find basil for love or money either.
Yeah, basil's hard to get. There's a little fruit and veg place up the road that sometimes has mint, and they had it today, and that's why I've got it.
That's what I'm doing.
What's up, Charlie?
Grow them at home.
Grow it at home. Oh, I got brown fingers. I'll give it a try.
I live in an apartment in Melbourne, and my apartment is often as cold on the inside as it is on the outside.
Yikes.
So everything dies.
Never mind.
So yes. I had a basil plant, but yeah, they get very cold and die.
Mint is the best.
I
live in
killing plants.
I live in Queensland. Nothing gets cold here.
Yeah. I think that's the issue.
If anything, I get plants that die because it's too hot.
My ex came from Western Australia. Sorry.
Lots of my friends have taken up plants.
Sorry.
You go, Nettie. Go.
Okay.
One at a time.
He came from Western Australia, and he considered Melbourne a year-long fridge.
Yes, I agree with him.
Maybe not in December and January, but basically he would not put the fucking butter in the fridge for love nor money, ever.
I work with a bunch of dudes who do that, and I don't understand it either, but, you know, whatever. Each their own.
Yeah.
What I was saying is a lot of my friends have become plant ladies because Cat Lady was already taken. So literally, like, they live in jungles, like literal jungles, just plants everywhere.
One of my neighbours has a jungle apartment.
Kirsten, are they in the inner city? Are they making like mini jungles, like compressed into those tiny little?
Yeah. Just
I approve.
jungle houses.
I love going past those houses. They're like this teeny weeny little bit of jungle all compressed into a front yard. And,
no, this is just in their apartments. Like they don't have balconies or anything.
Like
so they just have these indoor jungle. And if you spend
one of my
more
neighbors
than like
has exactly that.
If you spend more than like 15 minutes on TikTok, you suddenly come along, like it's obviously pretty good at targeting like female in her 30s must be a plant person. So then you get like plant talk, which is really cute boys or really cute lesbians with lots of plants. And I'm just like, look, I'm here for this because I want to be a plant person, but I also don't want to water or deal with fungus gnats. So
in their 30s, considering giving up on the whole family deal.
It takes work.
Yeah.
But it's worth it.
Too many apartment buildings certainly in the area of Melbourne that I'm in are like pet-free zones, like the whole building. So it doesn't even matter what
that's illegal now.
Rental.
It's a legal requirement to let people have pets now in Victoria.
Yeah, you still need to convince the board of the building you live in.
Yeah, you do. You have to.
That's how they got around it.
I would never ever live somewhere that had a body corporate or some sort of board or something, homeowners association. I would piss them off and they would kick me out. I could never do it, and I would just fight them constantly because I hate
it's really
the concept
funny.
of them.
So I've lived in this building for 5 years, but we lived in a different apartment up until December last year, and then we moved inside the building, and then there was some huge big coup with the body corporate, and they kicked out the building manager who had been here for 15 years. And because I'm not like an owner, I'm just a resident, they wouldn't tell me what's going on. Eventually I got someone drunk and they told me all the gossip.
Oh, that's the way.
There was a whole big thing, and there was a coup. Awful.
Wow.
And then the new building manager, bless his little cotton socks, he tries, and that's the nicest thing I can say about him.
Fair enough.
Oh boy.
Well, the thing that I really liked about the building manager previous to him was he was ex-military police, so there was no fucking about in this building.
Dang.
And they didn't want Airbnbs in this building at all. So it's about 50-50 residents versus rentals. Whereas in a lot of the other buildings, it's like 85% rentals and like
Airbnbs.
Barely any residents. So that's what's different about our building. And so part of the coup was that our previous building manager wouldn't allow Airbnbs in. And a bunch of owners were like, no, we want Airbnbs. We're going to boot you. And and suddenly like the place was all filled with Airbnbs. Funnily enough, they're all up on realestate.com for rent, just as a weekly rental.
Yeah.
And when our real estate agent was like, you need to re-sign your lease, it was like, oh, I'll re-sign at this price for the next door neighbours.
Yeah, exactly.
Just half what we pay. We were like, okay.
Yeah. Dingle Dirty, a beer gal, and he recently started exploring cocktails. Plus, coming in with the radical abolish landlords. Yes. Okay, cool.
Yep.
It's kind of like landlords were actually, I think originally they were a super bad idea, and because it was like feudal systems and it was
it's just neo-feudalism.
Yeah. There was a brief period where landlords were arguably a good thing in that they were doing developments in areas where people couldn't afford housing, and they're going, well, I can afford to do this development, so you'll get affordable housing because I'm doing a development. And then it turned, particularly in Australia with negative gearing, turned it into this stupid as fuck tax dodge and drives everything out of the price range of everyone. And it just sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
I always so my mum has several properties that she has, and I always like to call her a slumlord. You're a slumlord. And she's like, no, I'm a very good landlord. But she also owns 3 properties on the one street. And I asked her husband, I was like, if you buy a 4th one, does that mean that we can apply to put a hotel here?
Yes. Monopoly rules. Yes.
The poor guy was like, oh, what do you mean?
Alironic, are you Lindy Chamberlain?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just ignoring them because it was a dumb as shit thing to say. But anyway.
Yeah. It's not appropriate. It's not a joke.
The one funny thing, like talking about things that, you know, people are sort of concerning, yeah, like, okay, we all, actually not all of us, but a significant number of people agree blackface is a bad thing. But you get very interesting conversations around the character Robert Downey Jr. played in Tropic Thunder.
Yeah.
Where he's playing an idiot actor that is actually clearly inspired by Russell Crowe. And, to play a role as a black character, he's not wearing blackface makeup. He actually had a surgical procedure to pigment his skin and give him curly hair. And he gets called on it in the movie because there's an actual black actor in the movie. Like, why are you doing this fucking Chicken George shit?
Yeah, like in the context of the movie, it's like, yeah, this guy is doing a bad thing.
It's raising the question, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Yeah.
But people who haven't seen the movie but just suddenly see Robert Downey in blackface. And it's like, what? Robert Downey did blackface? No, he did a really weird character who thought
he played a character who did,
It's slightly difficult to explain the sort of the meta layers.
Nuance.
And that's the movie where Never Go the Full Retard comes from.
Oh,
Never Go Full Retard.
But also the person who says it is really obnoxious as well. Well, it's Robert Downey who says it. Yeah.
It was him, It was the same guy, yeah.
And Tom Cruise plays an absolutely hilarious Hollywood producer character.
Yeah.
Again,
when I watched it, I didn't even realize that was him.
Yeah, it's so funny. I saw a little interview recently where he's talking about that, and because he had so many prosthetics on, and they went like, okay, I'm playing. It's clearly modeled on Harvey Weinstein, and it was like, it was okay. I'm going to play this type of character. Okay, I'm going to have fat hands and be bald, but the rest of me is really hairy. And so he's got these fake prosthetic hands on, so his hands are really fat, and there's hair all the way down the back of the hands and down the knuckles. It's just like, and he just
that was a go at Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my God, I didn't know. Oh, I'm going to have to watch it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the way.
Oh my God.
So when you see things out of context, though, it's just like, yeah, okay. But
no, I remember now that was the movie that regained some respect for Tom.
Yeah, well, it actually showed Tom Cruise was willing to do stuff outside the box, basically.
Well, that's the thing, like,
because he was so good.
Although he's a weirdo.
Like
it annoys me that he's like such a good actor because he's such a weird person. Sorry.
I have those feelings about John Travolta. Like I love him in movies, but
Where
He's
outside of movies.
Scientology.
yeah.
Well, same with Tom Cruise, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Although when Nicole Kidman divorced him, it was hilarious because there's the two funniest moments was one where she's leaving the lawyer's office where they signed the divorce papers. There's a photo of her walking out just cheering, just going, "Fucking yes!" And so someone said to her in an interview once, like, what was the biggest change after that? And she went, I think she didn't think it through because she looked mortified just after she said it, but she went, I can wear heels again. And then went, because she's really tall and he's really short and self-conscious about how short he is. Yeah.
Oh, God. That was such a big drama. Remember that? Yeah. That was like 2000, 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, 2001. Yes, I remember because I was back in Melbourne.
Yeah. See, everyone has their bloody memories of her, but for me, it's always BMX Bandits.
I loved that movie. That was so great. I watched the shit out of it when I was a kid.
I remember her from Vietnam.
I have no idea what it's about, but all I remember is that that movie. It was so good.
Have any of you seen the movie Turbo Kid?
No, it sounds familiar, but I haven't seen it.
It's really good. It's like, it's got that like Mad Max and BMX Bandits sort of vibe. And the Tank Girl movie.
Yeah.
That was a
vibe. Like
massively underrated movie.
It's I highly recommend you all go.
What's
check
it called?
Out. Turbo Kid.
Turbo Kid. I'm Googling it right now.
Yeah, so am I. I got to look up Turbo Kid now. Speaking of Google, and it definitely to get off. Oh, it's only from 2015. It's relatively recent.
Yeah.
And
I'm looking it up too. Turbo.
Yeah, no, we're gonna look at it. I'll check its IMDb. Turbo Kid. 4.5
My favorite thing is waking up in the morning and having a notes app about things that we've talked about on a Friday night, and I'm like, okay. Last week it was all sorts of like bands to listen to, which amazing recommendations. Thank you very much, everybody. But yes, very funny. I was like, all right, fun.
I like this.
Revolting Cocks.
That's it.
Ministry.
Yeah.
And the Hugh.
Oh yeah, the Mongol band, the Who.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd only like seen little bits of them on TikTok, and I was like, I should really check them out like fully.
Yeah.
And I did, and they were great. That
whole sort of Eastern metal throat singing hybrid they've got going on is wild.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh. The synopsis for Turbo Kid sounds great. I just think it's in a post-apocalyptic wasteland in 1997. Really? A comic book fan adopts the persona of his favorite hero to save his enthusiastic friend and fight a tyrannical overlord. That's a great.
It sounds great. It sounds.
That sounds like Tank Girl.
It does, doesn't it?
It is a lot like Tank Girl, because water is a scarcity. But like everyone is on bicycles. And
I see the BMX Bandits link there.
But is there anyone in the movie that has a perm that compares to Nicole Kidman's perm in BMX
actually,
Bandits?
Nicole Kidman's hair is naturally curly.
Yes.
Yeah, she had a fucking perm in the fucking 80s.
Everyone had a perm in the
Remember
80s.
spiral perms? Does anyone remember them?
Okay, I am going to share. I've got to find the best one. There are so many to choose from.
Because my hair is naturally curly, and so my mum would try to comfort me by saying, Nicole Kidman, her hair is naturally curly.
It is.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is. That's true. But she definitely had a perm though. I just found two photos I want to share. This is no, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Open image only. Okay, this I'll share this screen. This is young Nicole Kidman. This is actually not her most extreme. This might be her natural hair. Actually, this might not be a perm. That might be her natural hair.
Yeah.
So I think that might be.
Yeah.
But here's
my hair does that.
Yeah. This photo.
I've always envied people with massively curly hair.
Being part Scottish, like
yes,
that's where it comes. That's where I got my curls from my Scottish side.
This is the photo I was talking about. This is Nicole Kidman leaving the divorce lawyer. Is that like the best photo?
I remember that fashion.
That's
wow.
That's classic 90s / early 2000s fashion.
Yeah. But she was pretty happy.
I remember her on the Vietnam. I'm sure it was called Vietnam, and it was a
mini-series.
It was a mini-series, yeah.
Yeah, she was in
it. And then she was in Flirting, or maybe Flirting was before that. I'm not sure. It was around the same time.
Yeah, that was young Noah. What's his name? And Tandy Newton.
Yeah, Noah Taylor.
Yeah, he's done some good stuff. Tandy Newton is very good in Westworld. Did anyone see the Westworld TV series?
Yeah,
I saw a bit of it.
Was great.
I didn't realise there was an Australian in it.
Well, Tandy Newton's I think she's either English or South African, but did spend a lot of time in Australia. She's very good she's one of the lead characters in Westworld. She's very good.
Oh, was she the black girl in Flirting?
Yeah.
How did I not make that connection? Wow. Yeah.
And she was in one of the Mission Impossible films too. So she's been not a huge star, but she's been working consistently since Flirting. But yeah, she was in Westworld. She's very good in Westworld.
Flirting was one of those movies where Australia sort of went, hang on, we've got good actors. What the fuck?
I was a big fan of the movies around that period that Ben Mendelsohn was in. I mean, anything with Ben Mendelsohn in now, I'll still watch. But he did a whole series of films where he was like the suburban teenager, and he was really good at making each character different, even though they were all, I'm an Aussie suburban teenager. And he made each character different, and he was so good at playing this Aussie. And
so recognizable, so familiar.
Yeah. And I think he works just enough to like keep in the dollars these days. But yeah, oh God, he was in a Star Wars film. That's the pinnacle. Because now you can get a Mendo action figure now from Rogue One. He was so good in Rogue One. And they let him keep his accent, which was brilliant. Like not everyone in space has an anodyne mid-Atlantic accent. Some people in space have Australian accents.
Yeah, I'm glad that they kept the British accent as the Coruscant accent that Obi-Wan had.
Yes.
That was really, really cool.
Yes, they'd all been either English accents or mid-Atlantic accents, and then Mendo comes on, the project manager of the Death Star construction, and yeah, I saw an interview where he was joking about no, he's going no, my guy was the guy. He's not a fucking project. He's not middle management. Okay, he fucking built the Death Star. My guy was a player, and it's just like, he's so funny. He's such a weird guy. I love him. He's so funny.
He's weird and familiar. You could just imagine him sitting down on your couch, having a few beers and sprouting his idiosyncratic crap, and toddling off home. Yeah.
So a friend brought up the Australian crime film Animal Kingdom recently, and they're like, "Got to rewatch. That is so good. That's one of the best crime films I've ever seen. Like the acting's good, the story's good, the cinematography's good. Even just I remember I watched it in the cinema, and I was just thinking, even the sound design, the sound production on this is amazing. It's such a well-made film.
Jackie Weaver is in it. That's Jackie Weaver, isn't it?
Yes.
And she's chilling. You don't expect it, but she's chilling.
Yeah.
It's a little too, I can imagine someone's grandma being that way. Yeah.
You've done some terrible things, doll. When she's blackmailing that copper is just absolutely... And the cop can't quite believe, sorry, are you blackmailing me into murdering your grandson? And she's going, he knows what you've done, and you've done some terrible things, doll. And you're like, you are the scariest fucking person on the planet. You are just diabolical.
Because I'm a grandmother and I know how to say it so that it sounds reasonable.
I just love that she got...
Look, us who know...
Sorry, guys, we had a whiskey emergency that I had to...
A whiskey emergency?
A whiskey emergency.
Uh-oh.
There's a whiskey emergency.
A whiskey emergency? It's finished. Oh, no. Okay.
A bottle of whiskey that we've been eyeing off for a little while appeared on the online shop of our favourite whiskey bar. And we were like, got to get it.
Sounds like an emergency to me.
So, yes.
That does sound like an emergency.
Well, it was very important that I clicked off the stream and processed a sale. It's confirmed.
No judgments here.
I now own this bottle of... So, similar to your feelings about the first batch of Fortis, there's a very small distillery in Yakandanda who...
There's a distillery in Yakandanda. I have to go.
And it's run by this really cute husband and wife team.
Oh, that's nice.
Tiny little distillery in a shed in the backyard, tiny.
Do they have emus in the backyard?
I don't know if they have emus in the backyard.
I'm going to imagine it.
They make whiskey, and their first release is supposed to come out on Monday, and my husband just spotted it on Whiskey and Almonds website, and so we've grabbed it.
Nice.
Also, Tristan Brockman can go away.
I blocked them. They're fucked off. They're just
what is it with randos tonight, Angry?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's kind of when everyone says, "What are you doing?" Well, we don't care about you, so why don't you fuck off? We're
having a great time.
We're having a great time.
Who? What? Where?
Oh, there was just a rando being a dickhead.
A rando being rude.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna make a martini now. I think we'll go navy, and I'm gonna put the Cokie Americano in it. So I need some more.
Don't drink too many navy martinis. It's really hard to go back.
One.
You know, I had a soiree for you, and my guest thought that this was a sex toy. And they said to me, I didn't think you were that sort of girl. And I was, well, I am that sort of girl, but darling, I wouldn't leave it out where you can see.
Wait, I've got to get I want some lemon peel. And I've got some lemons. Just need to open this and find my lemon peeler.
Annette!
What?
You're being
What
very
happened?
naughty on the internet. But people can see you.
Everyone saw that.
That's angry.
I don't like that at all.
I missed out. Oh dear. Okay.
Maybe that was the point.
Maybe.
I didn't see anything. I was looking at myself.
That's fair.
And what a beautiful self it is.
Well, darling, you've got curly blonde hair. Who can blame you?
I'm just really enjoying like how incredibly neon my hair is at the moment.
This is looking
It is
very good.
extremely vibrant.
So I redid it. I need to like
I'm
turn the
very
light
overdue
onto
to
it.
redo it.
Oh,
Yeah,
look
that
at
is
that.
stunning.
Like it's
Damn.
so vibrant, but that's like a lot on
Stunning.
my eyes right now. I did it myself.
It's very good.
Lovely.
Wow.
Like I bleached the crap out of
What
it.
brand?
It's really so much to my husband's distress, I mixed 4 different colors together.
Oh wow.
Nice.
And now I need to write down the ratio because I want this one always.
Yep.
So it was one
It's
full
a hair
tube
cocktail.
it is a hair cocktail. It was one full tube of the bright vegan, just in pink, and then 2 packets of shocking pink by Schwarzkopf, and 1 packet of flamingo by Schwarzkopf. And
Flamingo pink. I used to be
Perfect.
pink.
and I was so pleased with it. So yep.
It is.
Happy
It's
days.
fabulous.
Yeah, I find that the Schwarzkopf Live colors don't do shit for me, but the bright works quite well for me.
This is the brand I use. It's called Punky
Maybe
Color.
Oh yeah,
And it
cool.
lasts,
Haven't heard of that brand.
forever. You have to order it on eBay. You can't buy it in stores. It lasts, like it says it there, lasts over 35 washes, but I can tell you it lasts way longer than that. It lasts so long, but it stains everything it touches for a while. So like your towels it doesn't stain them, it just colors them. They wash out. So your pillowcases will turn blue or pink or purple. And they only have like
Everything
really
in my
vibrant
house
kind of
is
colours.
black, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I've moved to all black everything as well. I have trouble finding black towels, like large black towels, but
Okay.
Target,
yeah.
large,
Okay.
really, really big, like, and $15 a pop.
On the
And
target right now.
yeah,
Cool.
just
Okay.
really good.
Because during quarantine, all of my towels have shrunk. All my towels have shrunk during quarantine, and all of my clothes have started shrinking, and like my seat started shrinking, and I don't understand why. So I think I need to get some new stuff.
You know,
Is it for the
Also-
same reason that all of my clothes are shrinking, which is
Yeah,
to
my
do with
clothes
the fact that I
Possibly,
keep
yeah.
putting things in my mouth?
Yeah. Yeah, that's my
Correlation
story, and I'm
doesn't equal
sticking to it.
causation. So, more research required.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I need cheesels. I'll be back.
I like
Oh,
how
I need
one's
cheesels
hair
too.
is bright as yours,
But-
Kirsten, but green.
Yeah, you should absolutely do that. My favorite part is the fact that I'm the eldest child and my sister has normal colored hair. And everyone's like, you must be the eldest. And my sister's like, I am 10 years her junior. You're a hair colorist.
Oh, dear.
But since quarantine, my sister's dyed her hair bright orange.
Yeah.
And yes.
Whoa.
All very funny.
All right.
I'm well overdue to dye my hair as well.
Yeah. Bright orange is actually the best color for me.
Yeah?
Like, yeah. It's like that's the color that looks the best on me.
Yeah.
So I had blonde hair for a whole week, and people were like, there's something wrong. Like, are you okay? And it's like, yeah, it's just my hair is blonde, and if I was to put like color on my hair right now, it would fall off. So like, I'm giving it a break. I'm giving it a couple of days. Like, I will be back to normal. So I dyed my hair, and then I went into work, and everyone's like, oh, you look normal. We were worried for a little while.
I found through experimentation the color that works best in terms of supermarket brands is Napro Palette, which is one of the cheaper ones. That because I tried a few different ones, and that works best whether I'm doing like the purple or red or just brown to make it look normal. That one actually works best for me. So
okay,
it's really funny. So
like,
some people,
do you bleach yours first, Andrew?
I have, Abigail, what's known as natural highlights, aka a lot of grey hair.
Okay, I'm getting that.
Can you see? Yeah. The beard is basically what color the top of my head would be if there was no dye.
Okay. So, I see.
So yeah, if I let it grow out,
sure.
I'm gonna say that that I have natural highlights in that my hair sun bleaches.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
So like I have to pour actual packets of bleach on my hair for it to bleach.
Well, I mean,
I have to use strong bleach.
So do I to get to this, but yeah, when it comes out, it's like mid to light brown, but if it gets sun on it, it bleaches to like dark blonde.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. This is my natural hair color. It is brown.
Yeah.
But I don't have. I've only had one grey hair since.
Okay.
And several of my friends have definitely started going grey. So.
Oh.
I've been
finding advice is I should get the grey wings, get the dad action happening in my hair. So
the dad action.
It does. I mean, if I let it grow out or if I cut it really short.
The silver fox look, that's sexy in its
That's a thing.
Way.
Like
people are into it, Angry.
The chief health officer, I should look more like him. Everyone thinks he's hot with his grey hair and his stubble.
Yeah. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes, Mr. Sheffield. Yeah. I actually had, weirdly enough, where he had that grey thing right in the middle of his head. That's one of the first bits of my hair that went grey, was a bit here, right in the middle. The hair's a bit finer, a bit thinner there, and it's greyer. And it's like, that's why I started dyeing it, because it looked stupid.
No, it's sexy.
Particularly on YouTube with low resolution videos, it just looked like a bald patch. It was like there's this bit of much lighter hair here, and it just looked like a bald patch. Yes, Tori, it's salt and pepper. Yes, that's another thing.
Yep.
I was gonna say that, like, because I have the top of my hair is dyed black.
Yeah.
And so
the
the light brown regrowth. The light brown regrowth makes it look like there's baldness in there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So who's in the chat? Chris has just tuned
Roger
in.
Delgado.
Oh, okay. Dingle Doty
Roger Delgado.
Yes. Dingle Doty just hit gold. Roger Delgado is the master in Doctor Who in the 70s.
My master, my
Holy
favorite.
crap. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He's he had the looks because I think I was a mad Doctor Who nerd back in the day. I still am, but
I was going to say back in the day.
Aren't we all?
Back in the day.
Sorry.
I'm not. I'm not a mad Doctor Who fan. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I've been.
You're allowed to be wrong. It's fine.
Yeah,
I know. Thank you.
Mad Doctor Who fan for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
Tom Baker will always be my doctor.
I love Roger Delgado.
Yeah,
I love because I love the Master in general. I love all the Masters.
Yes. Yeah. I'm just reminded when I say I was a huge Doctor Who nerd. As the American comedian Mitch Hedberg had the line, I used to do heaps of drugs. I still do, but I also used to do heaps of drugs. I still do heaps now. But yes, no, I was as a kid, I was a mad Doctor Who fan, and I'm still a mad Doctor Who fan. And yes, Roger Delgado as the Master was him and John Pertwee, the way he and John Pertwee played off each other. They were both silver foxes playing off each other.
I was going to get my mic. Yes.
It was great.
Okay. And hi, Johnny. And
conservative Chris can fuck right off, I think.
Yeah, he sure can. Let's go. Fuck
bye,
out of here.
Felicia.
We've got no time for boring shitheads here.
Yeah.
So,
tonight?
And the Doctor's companion,
Where's the
Joe
shithead?
Grant.
I just got rid of him.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
I got my cheeses.
Cheezels.
I want some. I can't even leave my apartment at the moment. I'm waiting for a test result to come back. I can't even go get cheeses, even if. It's past 8 o'clock. The curfew's on. Because I live in a high rise and it's high density, so they come around and say, "Oh, it's probably for the best that you get tested."
All right.
So I don't have any symptoms. Just regular testing, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
Because like if one person like comes into the building, they don't have symptoms, but they have it for 2 weeks, they're a carrier. Like the whole building could become an outbreak. So, which is what happened with all the high rises that got locked down. Nice.
Oh,
hey, John.
Oh yeah, it's a Roger Delgado. Yes.
Nice.
So it's a John.
I ordered from.
And we got a sea. Is it a Sea Devil or a Silurian? I think it's a Sea Devil, and the Master. And it says, "I've reversed." You can't. It says, "I've reversed the polarity of the neutron flow."
Yes, that was the running Doctor Who joke, reversing the polarity of the neutron flow.
That was his catchphrase.
Nice.
Well, I made an order from Coles, with some staples like milk and mint and things.
I have an order coming on Sunday.
All that came was cheesels, fruit juice, and bloody cat food.
Oh my God!
Oh, Jesus!
Oh Jesus! Wow. That's not good.
Yeah, necessities.
Oh, an elderflower cordial.
Oh well.
Oh, the important stuff.
That's one I'd go. You're old fashioned. Put a splash of the elderflower cordial, just a splash in there, and I reckon that. But when you're looking for non-alcoholic drinks, I did a quick search. Just doing mocktail recipes online brings up dozens and dozens and dozens. So time to get creative. And also, I did do the experiment with the milk clarified stuff with non-alcoholic. You do a concoction with like a flavored tea and fruit juices you like. You've just got to have an acidic fruit juice in there. And then you add that to milk and you can do the clarification thing and you get this really quite nice drink out of it.
Oh, yummy. That was a lot of steps, though, and
well,
I'm on I don't even know if this is the 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet that then he wakes up tomorrow morning and there's no more old-fashioned
Yes.
And it only arrived this afternoon.
Yeah.
I
Amazing.
watched that yesterday. I'm so impressed. Australia Post has been doing me a solid. Everything's getting everywhere really fast, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I'm getting packages delivered to my
Sacrifice
door.
did really well.
But they didn't leave it at my door. They didn't like knock loud enough or anything. They took it to the fucking post office, so I spent $17 going to get it.
Oh no, that's horrible. Sorry. That is legally what they're supposed to do, though, because it's alcohol, right? You're not allowed.
Yeah.
They just needed to be louder at the door. They just
Tori wants to start a fight, which I love.
Tori Allnut wants to ask about
what Star Wars we like.
Our favorite Star Wars is mine is Return of the Jedi.
Nice. Mine's probably Rogue One, actually. Rogue One or The Last Jedi. I'm a bit of an iconoclast with. I love what Rian Johnson did with The Last Jedi is flawed without a doubt. Rogue One is probably my number one. The worst ones is all the prequels.
See, the prequels are my favorite.
That's okay. Personal taste is personal taste.
I really like The Phantom Menace because it's the most like a Star Trek movie any Star Wars can be.
Which is why it sucks.
Hey!
No. See, Star Trek is good, but someone doing Star Trek in the Star Wars universe sucks.
No, I really like The Phantom Menace. It has much more depth than most people realize. But I really, really like Revenge of the Sith. That's my favorite Star Wars movie.
Okay. No judgment, but those are absolutely the worst ones. Have a go.
So I was waiting for everybody else to finish when I'm going to say I've only seen one movie 3 times. Yep. And that was episode 1. Whatever that one was with Jar Jar Binks.
Yes.
I hated it all 3 times I saw it because all 3 times I saw it was not my choice.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
And that is the last time I watched Star Wars.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That is fair.
So if you really want a newfound appreciation for the prequels, watch the Everything Great About YouTube videos, or the watch throughs with Star Wars Theory. That's a Star Wars channel. But yeah, like the prequels have so much depth and storytelling in them. They're so underrated. Like
counterpoint, the scripts are terrible, the acting sucks, and
the acting was fine, the direction wasn't that great.
George Lucas has never talked to a girl. Okay, Charlie, go.
Hayden Christensen, like the arc of Anakin.
Hayden did his best.
Yeah, given the.
Hayden,
George.
I think Hayden did a good job with.
I agree.
He was given. Like
George Lucas is a genius storyteller, but he's a shit movie maker.
Yeah,
like
not good at writing dialogue. Like
he's
not.
From Harrison Ford, where he said to George Lucas, George, you can write this shit, but you can't say it.
Mark Hamill can still quote some of the worst lines of dialogue that were actually cut from the movie because they were so fucking stupid from the early versions of the scripts.
So I'm like, it's so unfair. Like George Lucas is just so shit at writing dialogue, and
and that's why
I'm like Natalie,
so
Hayden and Natalie. I think that they did their best with what they were given, and
Yeah. Especially with Attack of the Clones, because some of that dialogue was so cringeworthy.
Yeah.
It's definitely the worst movie of the prequels.
Yeah. Chris agrees with you, Abigail. Watching the Everything Great About videos will make you enjoy the prequels better.
Yeah.
I liked the battle sequences. The battle sequences were great. And actually, I brought it up in a previous stream. If you watched Gennady Tartakovsky's Clone Wars animated shorts, which is a story that takes place between episode 2 and episode 3, it makes everything, particularly Anakin's arc, is so much better if you watch Gennady Tartakovsky's Clone Wars.
I've seen those. They're the very first Clone Wars animated show.
Yeah.
They explain they're great.
Further to people who want to start fights, Stella.
Yes. Stella.
She's just got back from the supermarket and there were no purchase limits.
Holy cow. Well, that sucks.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
We will throw down, mate.
Actually, Stella, I will also go with you. A lot of people ragged on Yoda's saber fighting, but I liked it. I thought it was funny. I thought Yoda doing kickflips and whatnot.
I thought it was great.
I really enjoyed it.
I loved it.
The saber fighting in general in the prequel, people always complain that they look choreographed. But if you think about it, they're space wizards who can see slightly into the future. It's going to look choreographed. They can predict moves. Like, I thought it was great.
And the other thing about Australia Post leaving parcels, so I did yell at our Australia Post customer service manager because we had a couple of people complain that their bottles of whiskey had been left on their doorstep and stolen, and I was like, absolutely fucking not. So there's a really good chance that they've put a big red note on our account
on stuff
because me in full rage is actually something not to mess with. I seem like a lovely person, but I'm petty as fuck.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
So speaking of Star Wars, Star Trek Lower Decks was amazing. And everyone should watch it.
As soon as it's here locally, I'll watch it. Unless
it won't be.
Is that the porn version? Is that the porn version?
Yes, it is, Betty. It's the porn version.
So there was a very notable porn parody of Star Trek The Next Generation, and it actually had a really good plot. For a porn show. If you someone's done it and put it on YouTube, if you edit out all the sex scenes, all the porn, it's a half decent Star Trek episode.
Yeah. And if you give me the porn scenes, I'll be happy. So, you know.
There was some plots in Voyager that should have been porn, but
what would that be?
Oh, you know, that one the one when Janeway and Chakotay got stranded on that planet.
Oh,
yeah, that's porn waiting to happen. And also,
my favorite thing is that if you follow,
but they did actually fuck though.
Yeah, they had kids.
They did actually. And Janeway was like, "What makes you think I wasn't the aggressor?"
So my favorite thing is to follow the hashtag Starwood, hashtag on Instagram, because as well as actual Starwood posts, you get the occasional Star Wars post.
That someone
they can be really awkward out of context.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
someone in the US did a Star Wars, Starward like YouTube video that was a bit awkward. That sort of got passed around our company Slack where everyone's like, "Oh,
what do you mean by awkward?"
Yeah,
he was just dressed up as a Jedi, and it was just an awkward.
Poor Jerry Ryan. She had to be like vacuum sealed into that fucking costume.
Yeah, she hated it.
Yeah,
fucking
I remember.
Rick Berman. Yeah.
I remember seeing an interview with her at the time, and she's like, when someone say, "Are you worried about wearing the skin tight?" And she's going, "Oh, it's okay, it's for the fans." But really, for the entire run of the show, it was like, "Do I want that piece of cheesecake, or do I want to avoid 2 hours in a gym later?" And it's just
for like 4 years. So, that's.
But
fucking.
She's a bit obvious. No, the good Star Trek Voyager porn would have been the blonde guy and his half Klingon girlfriend.
Oh, Paris and B'Elanna Torres.
Yeah, with B'Elanna just going full Klingon and just throwing him down and doming him. That would be a good porn. The guy who thinks he's a clean-cut all-American boy sort of thing.
B'Elanna pegging Tom Paris. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I wasn't even going there. But that definitely happened.
Yes. That's canon now. That happened.
Yeah. That absolutely happened. And he
put it into the universe. It is a thing.
It is a thing now. Well, now and now 7 of 9 is canonically queer because she hooks up with what's her name in Star Trek Picard?
Yes.
So woohoo!
Yeah.
Yay, representation.
She was very good in Picard too. The way she'd sort of gotten very disenchanted and was just like, "No, I don't like those people, so I'm going to fucking murder them." It's just like,
Yep. And do you know why they killed off Egypt, the Borg kid?
No.
You know how they pull his eye out? Because Icheb was a teenager in Star Trek Voyager, but in real life, the actor who plays him is a right-wing nut.
Oh, okay.
So they killed him off in Picard.
Fair enough. Because
they didn't even get the actor to play him. They got someone else.
Well, that's what happens. It's kind of like what's his name? Who was in Firefly? Who's a right-wing fuckhead? He played the book.
Jane? Who played Jane?
Yeah. And he was a right-wing fuckhead. And I remember the other actors basically saying publicly, like, "Dude, okay, I'm unfollowing you on Twitter because I kind of love you, but you are just being the worst and I can't deal." So, and he eventually worked out he wasn't doing himself any favors and left Twitter because he couldn't restrain himself when he was on it. And it's just like, no, dude, you're actually ruining your career being a cockhead in public. So,
yep. Damn.
Oh, what's it? Okay, Stella's dishing the dish that there was tension between Kate and Jerry because Kate felt as captain she shouldn't be getting sexy. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kate Mulgrew was, she was like being the first female captain in a Star Trek series. She was like, I can't be a sex object. I need to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was why, Janeway and Chakotay never got together because she refused.
But the tension was always there. Because who wouldn't want to get with Chakotay?
Oh God. Sorry.
Oh dear. Yeah. That's a real thing. I mean,
Chakotay was hot.
yeah. How good, actually, okay, now I'm going to switch it back to Star Wars and probably my favorite, Rogue One. And the fact that the two leads in that never had any romantic action, but they had that hug.
Yes. My sentiments exactly. Chakotay.
Yeah,
I agree.
Chakotay, that sums it up. That's the summary of Chakotay. But the bit in what I loved in Rogue One, they didn't put a romantic subplot, but they got that moment when the blast wave from the Death Star is coming to them, and they just hold each other, and
it's very platonic. It's just
it's
they're
great.
friends. Yeah, it was good.
We sacrificed everything. We're gonna die, but we achieved our mission, and we're together at the end. That was good.
Oh my God, I never saw that episode.
The one thing that pissed me off the most about particularly David Tennant's Doctor Who was the insistence that all the female characters had to be in love with him.
Oh, yeah.
It reached its low point. You remember that year?
That was why I loved Donna.
Yes, Donna was very good. Was very good. Yeah, but I think it reached its low point in that that year where they just did the 4 specials, and there was, I think it's called Planet of the Dead, where there was that society cat burglar wearing a leather cat suit, and they had her instantly like falling in love with him, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, give it a rest. This is just getting embarrassing. But Donna was magic.
Donna was so good.
Yeah. And also her arc, like the fact that she had to give everything up, and
that was so fucked up.
Yeah. And her dad, he's so good because he was actually in the Peter Cushing Doctor Who movies in the 60s.
He was.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he was in the Peter Cushing movies.
He was in the second Peter Cushing Dalek. Yeah.
Okay. Dalek Invasion of Earth.
Yes. 2150 or whatever they called it.
Yeah.
But that whole thing with Donna was done really well. And just to completely up it. And that's also why I like when they swapped, because Matt Smith had that whole boyish thing going on, which I liked. But again, you had the female characters who maybe not were.
That's why I liked Peter Capaldi so much.
Yeah,
because he flipped the script, and he's by far my favorite Doctor of the new series. Is
he said to oh god, I'm blanking on her name. What was the companion's name?
Who
which one?
Oh,
the female one who crossed over between Matt Smith. But anyway, he said Clara was the character's name.
Clara, yep.
Yeah, he said to her. Yeah,
I've cosplayed as her.
Yeah, he said to her in one of the early episodes, Clara, I'm not your boyfriend. And she said, I know that. He said, I'm not saying it was your mistake. And it was just like, that was a really good line where he's just going like, I've probably been behaving inappropriately and I need to stop it. That was good. And then he gets his Black Dyke sidekick, which was fucking great.
She was great. Yep.
I love the episode where they were in ancient Britain and the Romans were there, and she's trying to gently explain to these primitives, I don't like guys, I only like girls. And one of the Romans goes, oh, like him? God, you're missing out then. Everyone gets a piece of me. It's just like, It's like, the Romans were not prudes. The Romans were not.
No, nobody was.
Bisexuality was the norm back then.
Yeah.
And in Greek culture too.
And Clara, and Clara was bi. That was the
Yes.
thing that I liked about her.
Yeah.
She made out with Jane Austen.
Yes, as you would,
Who wouldn't?
Oh, Catherine, you're spot on. Peter Capaldi's university lectures were really good as the doctor working in the university. The stuff he said to the class was really good, definitely. But I there's a couple things I love about the new one with the female doctor. One, I love the opening titles. I really the organic stuff, and they even have a dubstep drop in the theme now. It just starts with that really go doom 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 doom, and then there's this drop that goes boom, and then bum 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 bum. I'm a huge fan of that. But she, and just with her whole thing of having that, they gave her a really mixed set of friends to be with, and particularly an old guy. They haven't had an old companion for the longest time. Bradley's so good. And the mixed bag of them, like the black guy and the South Asian girl and the old white guy, makes for such a good interplay between the characters. Like everyone's going, political correctness. You got a Muslim, you got a black guy. You go, yeah, but they've got an old white guy. There hasn't been an old white guy as a companion in ages. He's great.
Yeah, and there haven't been that many companions in a long time too.
Yeah. Yes, having a whole little tribe going on.
Back in the back in the 60s, that was
they had three. Yeah,
they did have more companions back then.
Yeah, and I'm with Stella. I love that it triggers the right wing tickets. Thanks for the butt, Ludo. What the fuck was that? Honestly,
he's being silly.
Yeah, he's
awesome,
having fun.
Ludo.
He's enjoying it. But yeah, I love that they don't put the fact that the Doctor's now female front and center. But every now and then, like one
they
line,
do acknowledge it.
One of her my favorite lines of her, she just said when she's telling someone what's happening, she's like, God, I never had to explain things this much when I was a bloke.
Yeah. Classic.
That was really good.
Absolutely classic.
But they had some very good stories. I did like the steampunk Dalek episode where the Dalek slime monster has taken control of a human and then builds a robot exoskeleton out of spare parts. So you've got like a steampunk Dalek comes out. I really enjoyed that one. Bless you, Kirsten.
Thank you. I got to the mute button just in time. I sneeze very loud.
Yeah, now we've just got a lazy kitty and an exuberant doggy on the street.
Doggo.
Super lazy cat, super exuberant doggo.
I want that cat. Give it to me now.
It's beans. I want beans.
Oh God, I posted a video the other day because I went into my bedroom and the two cats were asleep on the bed, but one cat was asleep on top of the bed and the other one had burrowed under the blankets, and they were touching each other, but one was under the blanket and one was on top. So I'm going, the difference between my two cats, here's Shadow, and I patted her and she came up for a pat, and then there was just a lump under a blanket and I poked it and that's Mimsy. I poked the lump and made a noise. It was like, ow!
That's so good.
It's just, both my cats are lazy as hell.
I love cats.
Look, I would like to be reincarnated as a cat.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Have you ever seen the movie, the movie The Lobster? Or
yes, that is
just because Lobster.
It's
yeah.
With Colin, what's his name in it?
Colin Firth.
Yeah, that is a weird movie.
Yeah.
If you don't find true love, you get turned into an animal.
Yeah.
I'm not a movie person. I watch a lot of TV series and no movies.
That's fair.
The last time that I went to a movie, I got put in quarantine. So, and that was the first time I'd been to a movie in like 5 years.
Damn.
What TV series have you been watching recently, Kirsten? That's a fun one to go on.
Because I'm full of anxiety, it's mostly like RuPaul's Drag Race and Schitt's Creek and like gentle, soothing things like the Gilmore Girls.
Yep, I'm slowly working my way through Schitt's Creek. Stuff I never watched, like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I never watched, so I'm slowly working my way through that.
My sister keeps insisting that I watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine so that she can talk to me about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I found really, really soothing is Jane the Virgin.
Lots of people watch that. Yeah.
It was so.
I could only watch it so much because it just got samey and ridiculous after a while. But the first couple of seasons are so good.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was so good for my mental health. It was so good.
It was so gentle. And you know that my very favorite part of it is that my like super intelligent, like high flying, powerful women friends were like, I just want to watch this because it makes me feel comfortable. And you were like, yes, this is what I'm here for. It's really funny because my poor mother rang me and she's like,
stop eating your owner.
I can't watch The Handmaid's Tale. And I was like, it's okay to give up The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, that's a really difficult watch.
I can't watch Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
I can't watch it. I know exactly the effect it will have on me. I will turn into a burning, raging feminist and want to kill.
Yeah.
For anyone, really.
I couldn't make it through the first season. Like, I studied the book in high school, and the really funny thing is my mum rang me. She's like, did you read this as a teenager? And I was like, yeah, I did. She's like, I don't think this is for teenagers. Like, no.
No, it's pretty intense.
90% of literature is not for teenagers, mother.
Yeah. It's pretty intense. We were watching that, and I think start of season 2 we thought that's enough. So what's Heine? Heine is an avatar. What are you doing, Heine?
Ludo, stop it.
Are you chewing something, Heine, or is that Ludo?
I think that's
Ludo.
Is it Johnny?
Here comes
Johnny's
Daddy.
joining too. There we go.
Johnny!
Oh, wow.
All the avatars have joined us.
Yeah.
Full angry bunch.
Yes.
So it's a party now.
Yeah, we can fit a couple more, but anyway. So anyway.
Fuck.
Okay, Stella's saying she's already there at the raging feminist thing, so she's.
If you're not a feminist, then you're just a piece of
Trash.
shit. Like, yeah,
Trash.
Like if you think men and women should be treated equally and paid the same, and then you're a feminist, and the whole trope of raging feminists and angry feminists, and especially the word feminazi, those are all right-wing tactics to discredit the name of feminism.
Except on the occasion that I am turned absolutely raging feminist, like raging and then feminist. I am.
Fair enough.
So angry.
Yeah, look, legit.
I think
sometimes
the rage
anger
is
is
just,
the only response.
I think the raging part of it is just like, if you're not really fucking angry, you're not paying any attention.
Yeah.
And it's not like, I'm super intersectional, and like I understand that there is more than one cause, and trying to explain that to people who don't understand intersectionality, just like, it's more than one thing.
Sometimes anger is an appropriate response to things.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you read enough rape accounts, you will get angry. You'll get so fucking angry, and it burns like 1,000 suns, and it's while it may be justified, it's not useful, unfortunately.
That's
Well,
just making
you know.
yourself angry.
It's
Yeah.
not terribly useful.
Like,
Especially
the way
if
I think of it.
if you have children to raise.
Yes, I could see
Yeah.
why that would be so terrifying and so rage-inducing. And yeah, Stella, the rage is a reaction when you're allergic to bullshit.
Yeah, and there is so much bullshit.
There is so much bullshit. So I got hauled into HR and told off because I turned around to my superior and I was like, "What? You can't hear me over the sound of my vagina? Is that what it is?"
Oh wow.
After like a 3-hour meeting where I would say something and someone would repeat it and he would get congratulated for thinking of a great thought.
Yep.
And like,
Yep.
it was 3 hours later and I was done, like so done.
You had a 3-hour meeting over that one comment.
No,
Or
no.
building.
No, we were just having meetings because
Oh, okay, yeah.
in my
Meetings
previous
are the
company,
I
we
forgot.
just
I've
had
never had a
meetings.
job. I've never had a job where you have meetings.
Oh my God.
It's
So many
special.
meetings. As soon as you make it out of like pleb level and you have to attend meetings,
Yeah. Look,
I'd like to go back to pleb level, please. I would like to excuse
meetings are a
myself
way
from
for
this
middle
narrative.
managers to feel useful, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm so
Yeah.
done with meetings. I hate
I've had
meetings. I can't stand it.
I've had one meeting and it was extremely informal, and that was basically to cover up like the wrinkles and everything that happened when this petrol station that I worked at decided to all of a sudden dump Avis rental cars on us. So all of a sudden I'm there by myself. Now I have to deal with car rentals as well as running a servo by myself at
Ew.
night. And
Yike.
of course all of us were extremely pissed off. And this is the one time that I met the guy who owned the chain. It was an independent chain of petrol stations around central Victoria. And yeah, he just didn't give a crap. He just saw the dollar signs. It was ridiculous. And pretty much, like I think I've mentioned before, I've got bipolar, right? That plus,
That's
like, I was
rough.
working 2 jobs, the clay mill, not every day, but then I'll go to Caltex afterwards. And I was also doing TAFE, doing a lab course, and it just got too much for me.
Okay.
And I literally had a mental breakdown at Caltex in the middle of my shift.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
But
That would
I'm
happen.
lucky. I did have a really good manager at the Caltex. It was just the guy that owned them. He just didn't give a crap. Like, I got robbed. I got robbed there, and the security cameras were fake. I thought they were.
Oh
I just
my
got ready to ask him.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there's no footage, and the cops took so long to get to me to show me like one of those photo lineup things. That plus he had a longer beard in the photo that I thought it might have been him. I couldn't be 100%. So yeah, there's a little story for you.
Oh, dude, Johnny, next time AIDS is on, you should swap because he did servo work as well. And I think he got robbed and he had a shithead boss.
Oh,
You could empathize with each other.
Yeah, I didn't get hurt or anything in the robbery. I just gave him the money.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I don't care. It's insured, or it should
Yeah.
be.
That's
It
what you
wouldn't
should
surprise
do.
me if
Yeah.
he was
Yeah, that's
cheap enough
it.
Not to.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Anyway.
Servos get hit so often. How could he possibly justify not having the security cameras working?
How could the insurance company allow that?
I have no idea how all that works. Like I said, I've always been a pleb. I don't care about it.
I would like to go back to pleb. I'm so done with management.
Does my voice sound better tonight?
Yeah, you do sound better.
Well, it should because I've got it hooked up through quite a bit of audio gear now. Got my audio.
Amazing. Good work, Johnny.
Although
but
I did
yeah,
poop out of the microphone.
Yep.
I just have the headphones that came with my Samsung phone.
I have my my microphone right here on a big swingy arm thing.
Yep.
Like
nice. That's a goal for me one day. I'm just holding it.
my friend and I keep threatening to start a podcast.
Oh,
do it.
Same here.
A podcast about booze? Definitely.
Yeah, so a podcast about booze.
I'll do it.
So she's into whiskey and I'm into gin. And we both are what is known as industry adjacent. So we're not producers and we're not distillers and we're not, but we work around the industry. So we've got opinions on people.
Opinions.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
But I'm a little bit like, oh, what happens if the audio quality is no good and we're not going to be able to see each other and be in the same room?
I can give you a list of good gear.
Yeah, Johnny, definitely message me.
I did audio engineering and I've started to get back into it and seeing what's out there now. So
cool.
Yeah, give me a budget. I'll make it sound good.
Lower on the end.
Okay, and also I need to know how many people are going to be like talking with you in the actual room.
It'll probably be me alone in my house and her alone in her house. She's got gear and she's got access to gear, whereas I have no gear.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, you do sound really good anyway with just that
I reckon StreamYard is much better than any like other audio sort of like.
Yeah.
I need to know more about StreamYard because I reckon that we could do like a Zoom StreamYard link up because the other thing is we want to interview people.
Oh, yep.
See, I've done that with OBS and Skype, and it's a lot more configuration, but you can make it look so much better. But you have to like do a lot of work and research into how to do it. If you don't want to do that work, StreamYard's fine.
Yeah.
Well, it's more. I think we just need to get it into something that we can edit a little bit, so that when we waffle about crap, we can get rid of some of the waffle, but also so that we can look at each other while we're doing it. Because I think that's that important
so you can
part
play
of
with each other easier.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, well, I've never heard of StreamYard until I started streaming on this. And I recommend it to a friend of mine who also got his own little podcast, and I don't know if he's using it now, but yeah. So because I reckon it's a great setup. Especially
it's super easy for the guests to like get into, right?
Yeah, that as well. Even though I have trouble sometimes, usually because I forget a button, the mute button somewhere.
Yeah, so that's sort of what that's kind of part of the whole. Oh, and I decided to go back to uni as well, which I think is a bit of a crazy idea, but here we go.
What are you studying?
I'm going to do supply chain management.
Ooh.
I've got all the skills. I just need to get the piece of paper, right?
Yep.
So that I can throw it at people and they want to tell me that I can't do it. Here is a piece of paper that says that I can, so fuck off.
I'm trying to do that myself a bit. My friends, remember the story I told the other night of my mate who destroyed systems theory?
Yes.
Yes. Well, him and his wife, they started a podcast late last year. They've been too busy to do a second episode, but it's about history. And the first episode was about how there's possibly connections between CSR and was it the Nazi Party of Australia or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
What, the
So you
sugar
had-
What, the
company?
sugarcane company?
Yeah, the sugar company.
What?
And I found
Wow.
that absolutely hilarious because Mum has shares in CSR.
Okay.
You're supporting the fascists.
All right.
Wow.
I think I can't remember the name of the podcast off my head, but if I get it, then I'll let you know if you want a bit of crazy Australian history.
Well, we do have.
I'm Googling it right now.
We
'cause I-
almost had.
Oh, no, sorry, it
CSR
wasn't the
sugar
Nazi-
Nazis.
Sorry, I got it
Yes.
wrong. I got it wrong. It
CSR
wasn't the Nazi
Nazis.
Party. It was the Communist Party.
Yeah.
That's the exact opposite of the Nazi Party.
I know.
We almost had a fascist coup in Australia in the early 20th century. You look up the New Guard and the Old Guard, and
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
yeah, we were right on the cusp of a fascist coup in Australia in the early 20th century. Ended up not
Wow.
happening, but there was a bunch of people who were pretty keen on making it happen. Much as in England, there were a bunch of people in the aristocracy who were super keen on supporting Hitler rather than going to war with Hitler. So
Yes.
it was
Yes.
a bit of a close call. And there was a huge Nazi party rally in Madison Square Garden before America entered the Second World War. Basically,
Dang.
all the countries that opposed Hitler were this close to being on the same side as Hitler.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's basically the reason they went against Hitler is because he wouldn't contain his aspirations. He actually wanted to control the whole world, and the people who kind of sympathized with him went, yeah, but we don't want you to be in charge of us. So
Yeah.
I also love that you had to lean
There's a-
in on the side just to get that in as well.
There's that thing. I didn't think leopards would eat my face, says
Yeah.
woman who voted for leopards eating people's faces party.
yeah, that type of thing, definitely.
I love that.
I do have another couple of bits of audio gear I haven't hooked up yet, which are two guitar pedals, which shall be fun to play with. So I got a compressor that's really good for sustain, and Sweet Honey Overdrive,
Cool.
make it nice and distorted.
Speaking of guitars, I recently got my clarinet serviced. And
Oh,
it's
did you get
sounding
your clarinet back?
so good. Yes, I got it
Yeah.
back.
I love
I had to
clarinet.
I had to like make a special trip on the last day before like
Yeah, you were saying
stage
the other
4.
night that
Yeah, I
they
got
rang
it.
you and they were like, "You've got 15 minutes. You better get here."
Yeah. So the issue with that is because of chronic illnesses, chronic pain, and chronic fatigue, that to make a trip out that way takes a lot of energy. And usually I would like budget energy in advance. I'd budget some spoons to do that. But I had to do it. Like I had to go and do it. So the next couple of days afterwards was the worst. Yeah. But my clarinet sounds amazing now.
So win-win, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
I just love the
I
lead in.
have to say,
Speaking of guitars, my clarinet.
Oh, I love a non sequitur.
I
I'm the queen of non sequiturs.
I wanted.
well, I'm liking Heine's comment. Apparently, I should get a wah-wah on my voice going as well.
Yeah, why
While
not?
on the pedal.
I wanted.
Why ever not?
to-
There was
Charlie.
a point in time in my
Um,
life.
Yes. when I was in primary school, I wanted to learn clarinet because the clarinet was the cat in Peter and the Wolf.
Oh yes.
Yes.
I have
but I
played
didn't
that
pass.
in a live concert.
But I didn't pass the pitch test.
Oh no.
At my school,
Come on.
at my primary school, there was like a test where you had to like listen to
Yep.
a series of notes and
I understand.
write
guess
down
the
which is
note.
which, and and if you don't pass, then you don't get to play an instrument.
Oh, that's a
Damn.
bit rough.
That's
Yeah,
horrible.
that's the worst.
That's almost saying you
Oh,
can't
well.
play an instrument unless you have perfect pitch.
Yeah.
Pretty much, but
I passed the test, and I feel really bad because I learned to
I just
play
sang
the
in the
flute.
I just sang in the choir for
Do you play any Jethro Tull?
the whole time. Oh my sorry.
My
I
friends
wasn't
went to
expecting that reaction.
My friends went to a Jethro Tull concert,
I have mixed feelings about Jethro Tull.
and they were the youngest people there, of course, 'cause they're about my age, and they said the loudest thing at the concert was just all the oldies getting up out of their chairs at the end of the show.
Yeah, my mum is a boomer.
Yep.
Jethro Tull.
So she loves so obviously she loves Jethro Tull. And I've tried to like Jethro Tull. There are songs.
You don't have to like the things that your mum likes.
No, I know. She really likes Cat Stevens, and I can't even
Well,
with that. But
your mum still has better taste than mine.
My mum likes Cat Stevens and Elton John, and considering that she hates Muslims and gay people, I don't understand it.
Oh,
Right,
like
whoa.
well,
Like I was like,
Charlie,
but
I
with,
have played the cat in
because what's that song that I really like? Aqualung.
Yeah.
I love Aqualung. That's like one of my favorite songs of all time. And so based on that, I thought, oh, I'll listen to some more Jethro Tull. But then when I try to listen to Jethro Tull, it's all flutes, and I can't with the flutes.
Prog rock.
I just can't with the flutes.
Yeah. No,
Fair enough.
I can with the flutes because I studied it for 6 years. Yeah. But what's really funny is that, so I'm the eldest and my brother and sister are younger than me, and they had to choose the flute because my parents bought me a flute. And so that was their option. So they both learned to play the flute because I did.
Fair enough.
Which is such a parent thing to do.
Yeah. So I was
you're going to use it.
I was in a band, a large concert band, the Melbourne Rainbow Band. It's a queer concert band, and we performed Peter and the Wolf live, and I actually got to play the solo of the cat, and it was great.
Amazing.
And I nailed it. It was so good.
Nice.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah, I can still play it.
Yeah, it's been ingrained in your brain that much.
It is. Well, I mean, it was a solo. Like, it was my only solo I've ever done.
Yeah.
You have a clarinet with you. Could you could you play some?
I could.
Yes.
Yes. Let's get some clarinet action. Yes.
That's what I'm here
Nice
for.
little bag
Clarinet
action
action
as well.
I was talking about these bands and stuff. I remember when a friend of mine, through a weird chain of events, ended up in a Salvation Army band, and he was playing the boom boom drum. So then he was going, I'm using this as a pickup line. I'm telling people I'm in a band. I'm the drummer. And
So So in high school, I was also in a band. I was one of the drummers. It was a marching band.
Yeah.
So very nerdy. Very nerdy.
Very nerdy. Love it.
I was a choir kid.
Yeah.
At my
I was a
school-
choir kid and a drama kid and a naval cadet kid. And I'm very awkward and weird as an adult. All of these things are a direct result of the fact that my mother signed me up for every activity that there was possible, mostly to keep me off the streets. What she didn't know is that I could climb out my window and still get to the streets.
Yay.
It wasn't until I had moved out of home, like I was in university, and she was washing the windows one year, and she was like, "Why is the screen on your bedroom window flipped around?" And I was like, "Oh, that's so I can climb out the window." And my mum was like, "You did what?" Mate, I've been climbing out that window for years.
So at
Just
my
warming
school,
up.
Good.
I don't know if you can hear it or not.
Yeah,
We can.
Yeah, we can.
Charlie, you look
Oh.
like you're playing as well, but you're just vaping, aren't you? It's just...
No, I'm drinking cider.
Oh, that's a straw.
Yay.
Okay, I thought you were like vaping. That was like...
At my school, I did in year 10. You could do an elective kind of class where you basically did like the whole class would play learn a song, contemporary song. We'd all choose somehow choose a song. And we ended up doing Sweet Home Alabama. Much to my disgust. But yeah, so that's the only real band thing I've had in my life.
All the band confessions are coming out. Chris saying joined the high school band to play sax, but only because of a girl, and was terrible.
Yeah.
That sounds
Nice
like
one.
my high school.
Oh,
The cat. Where's James?
Yay.
amazing.
Well
Yay.
done.
I can't believe that
Thank
you
you.
play that from memory. That's amazing.
And
Well,
So amazing.
I've been playing since high school.
All right.
I did take a break for a bit, and I stopped playing because they wanted to force me to be in the school band.
Right.
So I stopped playing, but then I picked it up again shortly after as an adult, and I've been playing ever since. So,
nice.
yeah.
So you just do it as a relaxing activity. So I have a psychological block about it. And I haven't played since high school simply because there was a thing, I didn't want to do it anymore. I was forced to. And so I was like,
okay.
right, you can't make me and I won't.
Yeah. Whereas I was given the choice, so it makes a hell of a difference.
It's the big difference. Although I do credit somebody telling my mum, let her do drama. It's much cheaper than paying for her to go and do therapy.
Abigail,
Yes.
you have the t sound. You know, the little thing you're supposed to do with your tongue to make a yeah. That's when I was little and I learned the clarinet because I wanted to learn saxophone, but I was too little.
They're very similar.
That was the one thing that I always forgot to do, is to make that sound. And yeah, I ended up giving
Isn't
up.
it a trilby or something like that?
I'm not sure what it's called.
Well, there's a trill is
That's
more than just a Star Trek alien, but a trill is. But it's not done with your tongue. I think what Johnny's referring to is where like you actually put your tongue on the reed to differentiate between notes. Otherwise, it's so and you can like do half notes and quarter notes.
Oh, that sounded like the beginning of Papa Don't Preach.
Maybe.
Madonna.
Mega Lynch, when I used to be a Christian too, I sang in the church worship team, mostly because it got me out of sitting and listening. I could go to the back and play on my phone.
Yeah, we always find ways to get out of shit.
And the easiest way to make my mum the happiest woman in the world is to go to church on Easter and Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh.
So to get away from that, I moved to the other side of the country. On the other hand, I do it when I'm home. I will go to church with my mum.
Every now and then, my mum will go, "Oh, I'm just so worried about you spiritually, John."
Oh goodness!
But
what does that even mean?
I do consider myself a Christian. I'm just a very bad one.
Yeah. No, I don't. I consider myself a pastafarian. I've been a pastafarian since 2007. I'm very, very committed to
You've been touched by his noodly appendage.
I have. As soon as I found out about, yes, correct. As soon as I found out about pastafarianism, I was like, yep, this is the religion for me. And I always say to my mother, she's like, oh, I'm really worried. I was like, I am a very committed pastafarian. Like, I genuinely believe in the flying spaghetti monster and his noodly appendage, and the fact that the decline in pirates has caused global warming, and that's the end of that conversation every time.
Yep, that's great.
I was more or less raised atheist, or
same.
Like
just the lack of religion.
Like my grandparents on my dad's side, I would argue that their religion was nature. Like they were, because they were like old school environmentalists, like before that was even a thing. And so like the whole thing of like indoctrination, like, oh, every Sunday I have to go to church. For me, it was every Sunday, oh, we go to a national park and we pick up rubbish and we plant trees, and
I like that.
that thing.
I like that.
So
cool. So my grandmother on my father's side was a staunch Scottish Catholic woman who had just lots of kids, and because of how religious she was, my dad was fervently anti-religious, and so growing up, he forbade any kind of religious stuff in the house. So did that
make you seek religion as an adult?
It totally did. I fell in with a crowd of Christians. I
fell in with a bad crowd.
I fell in with a but
did they have long hair and wear leather jackets?
No, they were the biggest bunch of dorks I've ever met. And I've been to Comic-Con and Conquest and but it turns out I just didn't believe a word they said. So turns out I was an atheist anyway.
My favorite thing was the kids who found like church in like year 11 and 12. So I was forced to go to church. I had to go to church as long as I lived under my mother's roof, and I must wear a skirt. So that
Dang.
was true.
Oh, God.
What?
Right. So there's this group of kids, like 4 or 5, who joined our church when we were in year 11 and 12, and I was very confused by them because their parents didn't make them go to church and it wasn't
Yeah.
a torture for them. The bit that really made me laugh is that, these are the kids that got married at 19, now have 3 children, and are like going through their second divorce. And it's like, where's your God now?
Where's your God now?
Yep.
Isn't
I
divorce
have to s-
sinful?
It's a sin.
Not
It
in the
depends if you're
Baptist
Catholic
church. Depends on the
or
church.
Protestant.
Oh,
Yep.
right.
So you're allowed to get
Right.
get divorced if your partner sort of leaves the church, and you're allowed to get
Really?
divorced if someone cheats on you. Like there's a bunch of like reasons why you're allowed, and you're still welcomed in the church.
Sorry, I have to point out Stella's post she made in the comments. At age 9, I said to my mother, "If God is everywhere, why do we need to go to church and pray?"
True.
And my mother
Yeah.
couldn't argue with that, so we stopped going to church. I just hated getting out of bed.
Yeah.
Laugh out loud.
That's the Homer Simpson approach.
Too bad Lee's not here.
Yeah, he's quite
Because Lee's
well
a
versed.
Christian. He knows his shit.
What are you
Like
doing,
I said
Angry?
before, I might be a
I'm
Christian, but
sorry.
I'm
I'm
a bad one.
straining grapefruit juice. I've been juicing I'm multitasking while we're talking. I'm juicing grapefruits.
I have him on Facebook, so maybe I can try and bring him
It's
in.
a bit late for him. I think he's like early
He's a
30s kind of
family.
guy.
That's fair.
He knows I was on too, because when I posted the thing and it put a notification to Facebook, he liked it. So he must have had family stuff going on or something. Otherwise, he would have been here.
It's like,
But
we're talking about religion stuff.
Yeah.
So
leaving religion was an interesting process because you never really get rid of the religious guilt.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely there,
makes me
but
excited.
like I can justify it. Like in my brain, I'm like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. This is just policing my virtue for what purpose?
Yeah.
Like
Tories. So I was going to say,
Okay.
Tories recommending there's some video debates with Stephen Fry and Christopher Hitchens debating the question:
Oh, I remember that.
is the Catholic Church a force for good?
that
Tory
would be
Tory
good.
recommends them. Yeah.
I
That
do
sounds
like a
good.
Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Definitely.
Stephen Fry more than Christopher Hitchens, but
Well, I haven't even heard
I
of
think
him.
that's a general consensus, Angry.
like it's kind of weird because my worldview was kind of similar to Christopher Hitchens, but he was such a dick about it.
Such a wanker.
Yeah.
Is he
And
like staunch creationist?
No, he's an atheist. He's
Okay.
the sort of person who makes atheism seem like a religion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Christopher Hitchens
Right.
and Richard Dawkins, respectively, are both like just rabid pit bulls about atheism.
Yep.
here's the thing: is Stephen Fry has leanings that way, like.
Yeah, he does a bit.
A little bit more than the other two, right? So, like, there's atheism, and then there's like taking it a bit too much and being a bit too aggressive about it. You know, I like my grandmother's really ill, and we've had to start considering her death plan and how we can have a comfortable death. She's in her very late 80s and she's had late stage dementia for many years. So this is a relief. but it's that sort of like mindset of we're just going to help her through the end.
Yeah.
And what gives my mother comfort, bless her, is that, you know, she's going to a better place because where she currently is not great.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm of the opinion that that'll be the end and her consciousness will dissipate into nothing, and that's fine. But I don't want to take away the comfort that religion gives my mother.
Yeah, like
In this particularly painful time.
Even if I wasn't a Christian, I wouldn't do that to my mum. Like you
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like another preachy atheist is Ricky Gervais, and
oh god, I hate Ricky Gervais so much.
He's so
I
fucking.
don't mind some of his stuff, but when he gets on that high horse, it's like, oh, just shut up.
Yeah, it's kind of like his movie, the Invention of Lying. If you've never seen it, is really good for about 2/3 of the movie, but has an incredibly weak resolution. It's like a lot of his movies. Like it's a good setup, and you're carrying it through. Jesus, your resolution was pretty fucking weak, though. But yeah, and yeah,
I feel like it's symbolic of like his career. Like,
a good setup and a poor resolution.
Although they still managed to get him in to host the Emmys or something, don't they?
It's like he was at one point he was funny.
Yeah,
and clever.
He's less funny now.
But yeah, he's just at this point he's just boring.
Actually, I think the longest I've ever watched one of his stand-up shows was in his cameo in GTA 4, I think it was.
Okay.
Where you could go into this comedy club or a theater, and they like fully mocapped him, and he had at least one or two, if not more, full stand-up routines in the game.
Oh wow! See, I've never played GTA 4, so I don't know this.
Yeah, I did a fair bit of gaming back when I was younger.
Yeah, I've done GTA 5, but I never did GTA 4.
Yeah, see, I haven't played that yet, but I've played a little bit at friend's place, but not properly. I want to though; it's on my list.
I like GTA 5. I like sort of open world, being a character running around doing crazy shit.
Yeah. My favorite thing to do in that game that I found is the old jump and like just fall forward into people. Have you ever done that?
I don't think so.
Oh, you jump, and then when you're in mid-air, you press another button and you put your stick forward, and you'll just face plant, but you do it into people and stuff. Oh, I can do that for hours. What can I say? I'm a simple man. Simple things.
I like the driving in it, just driving as fast as possible till you crash horrifically.
And you go shooting through the windscreen.
So my son has he's played a lot of GTA 5, and he requested a steering wheel for his computer, but so I bought one, and I bought a pretty good one, but because of his ADHD, he just has not played it. He played it for like a week.
Oh no!
On this expensive steering wheel, hasn't played it
too
since.
Different.
I don't know. Like he seemed to really enjoy it, but you know, he moved on.
Oh dear!
And, Abigail, I need to get.
Well, he might go back to it.
Where
he might,
that like Arduino switch thing that you made for.
For Elite Dangerous.
Yeah, well, one day I'll probably end up getting into Elite Dangerous, and I'd love to get the schematics and all that to build that thing because it looked amazing.
Yeah, well, I
love a good switch and a good knob. That's one of the reasons why I got the the guitar
I was
pedal.
going to say, don't we all? But some of us
I
insist on this.
was not expecting it to go that way.
Hey. Well, I'm full of those ones.
Oh, really?
Well, you got to laugh out of it. That's...
You weren't expecting this crowd to get silly.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
It's
trust me, when I'm around,
11:38.
it
We've
gets
all
silly.
had a couple of cocktails, if that's our inclination.
Yeah.
Nettie's
This is the
struggling to
angry
stay
bunch.
awake. Are you awake?
I am.
How much of that
Yeah.
bottle of Starwood is left? Okay, that's it. That's a
Enough.
decent
Yeah,
amount.
you know, pretty good.
Not bad. Not bad. But yeah, I think I should go to sleep now.
Yeah.
Good night,
Okay.
Nettie.
If it's time,
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Good night. See ya. Have a good one.
Bye.
Good night.
So I'm putting together my final clarified milk punch for tomorrow night's date night. This one's got brandy and
I was going to say, I know that bottle, but what is it?
23rd Street, not your nana's brandy. So this one's got brandy and rum in it.
I've
That's
only
good.
really had
They're
brandy
lovely.
once in my life, and that's when I was
Oh, no.
underage. Didn't have any money
It's okay.
or could buy drinks, and I found Mum's cooking brandy.
Oh no!
Nice.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that she even had it. I think maybe it was a remnants of my dad being there because Mum's never drunk alcohol
Yeah,
ever. Like
But-
she has
okay.
sorry.
Cooking brandy is literally cooking brandy. It's not drinking brandy. It's
Yeah, I know that now, but it was the only thing I had access to, and it was awful.
yes, it would have been.
But-
yeah.
Was it brandy
They
that
say
Henry infused with marshmallows? There was something that he infused with marshmallows. I
might
feel
have
like
been
it was
vodka.
brandy.
What was? Ugh.
No, it was something. And I was
Yeah.
like, why? But also, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Charlie, I cut you off. Again.
there was this. They say if you wouldn't drink it, you shouldn't cook with it.
Ooh, that's if you're very fussy, because normally the cooking wines and cooking brandies and cooking sherry are slightly substandard compared to what you drink recreationally. But yes, that's the mark of a.
You'll get better results.
Yeah, I think sorry.
'cause he
I think
was-
the only reason that bottle of brandy was in the house was because remnants of when my dad was there.
Yeah.
And my parents got divorced when I was 5. So I think it was just sitting there and Mum
Me
didn't even
too.
know about it. Hey!
Hey!
Divorced twinsies. That's really kind of
Yay.
sad.
What you got to watch out for is people who
I can't play this game.
you got to watch out for people who drink like lemon essence. They hide cooking things like lemon essence, etc., which is actually quite high alcohol.
Oh, like vanilla essence and stuff as well.
Yeah. All the
How
cooking
can you
essences that
drink-
are quite high alcohol.
How can you drink that?
That
It would
doesn't
be
sound like a
awful.
good time. Like,
how,
it sounds like a
yeah,
very,
it's like
very bad time.
commercial
Like I've always
About
known
how,
they've
like,
been
the-
alcoholic,
chefs.
but
in,
I've never thought
Yeah,
I wanted.
yeah.
I never thought I wanted to drink it to get
It's
drunk.
literally people
No.
hiding their alcoholism if they're drinking the cooking essences.
But yeah, it's
That's
like
so
it's like
weird.
alcohol and drug abuse is rampant in
Yeah.
chefs.
Yes, it is.
Only because of the
Yeah.
the
In
long
the-
hours and the
the-
tough
because
working
it's like-
conditions.
Yeah, it's like it's hard. It's a hard
It's a
job.
tough gig, and they have to work at 100% constantly for their whole shift.
Yeah.
It's
But
so
go,
tough.
go, go.
Yep.
And has anyone here watched the Sean McAuliffe on the Source? His
No.
show about drinking?
Kind of on my watch list.
I recommend it. I reckon it was really good, and you can watch it on iView. It's on ABC.
Oh, ABC.
I was scooting around iView and I saw that the season 2 of Fleabag was there, so I think I'm going to watch that over the weekend.
That's pretty good.
Is that about
I have so much work to do, and I'm like, I don't think I want to. You can't make me. So, yeah. That's my life.
I highly recommend that one. It's like it has his humor through it, but then obviously there's certain bits that are very confronting, and it's just a really good show. And
As I always
episodes.
say, Johnny, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm supporting small business.
Hey, I'm not saying that you're all alcos and need to watch it. I'm just saying
I have not
show.
had a single drink all night.
Well, you're doing better than me.
I haven't had a single drink all night. I had about 4, so you know.
I've had a couple. I'm just finishing off.
Hello, friends. My favorites. Oh, my babies.
If only I could.
And I'll show you this one as well. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, this one as well. Does anyone here use?
This is just the spirits. Over in the corner over there, we have ciders and like premix.
Oh dear.
Just so everyone's aware, this is not my collection. This is our collection.
And it's research.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. So like, when I went off screen and was like talking and blah blah blah, my husband like came barreling out of the room. He's like, "It's available on Whiskey and Almond. We need to buy it now." There's a whole big kerfuffle, whiskey emergency.
It's when a whiskey emergency happens, you have to deal with it.
18 months ago, we owned 0 bottles of whiskey, and now we have like 10, 15.
I've got a couple. That's okay. Oh,
I don't even have a bottle of Fortis.
you don't have a bottle of Fortis? Oh my goodness!
This is all I've got.
I've got these.
I'm keeping.
All right.
Here it is. But yeah.
Oh.
I'm very amused by Stella's comment about chefs being shills for big wine.
All right.
I wonder if there's big whiskey. Like I definitely don't work.
I'm going to put my clarinet away now.
Okay. Thank you for bringing it out.
I'm so happy.
Anyone wants to hear unless anyone wants to hear another song.
Give us another song.
Yes, give us another one before you put it away. Give us some more before you put it away.
Give us one.
That was a rubber arm, and we saw that. Now we can't hear you. I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you.
You've changed something and we can't hear you, Abigail. Oh no, just when we were looking
How's
for
that?
Yeah, now we can.
How's that? Yay! I moved my microphone and it knocked the cord out. So
Oh man, okay.
yeah. Anyway, I brought my music stand out and some music. So
Oh cool.
I'm gonna play an old German folk song.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love
Called There's a Jew Hiding in the Woodpile. Sorry, okay.
Not appropriate, angry. No.
No.
Oh no.
No.
What did I just hear?
It's called The Merry Peasant.
Sorry.
I think I'll have to watch that one in the replay.
Sorry, I'm a bit rusty.
It's fine.
Sorry about the mistakes, but
No,
It was amazing. It was like 100 times better than any of us could have done.
And that was
It was amazing.
Thank you very much.
and
that
I
was
can't-
Abigail's rendition of I'm not exactly
Bell.
sure what. But do I sound like I'm on old time radio?
So like I said, I just got
Actually-
it back from being serviced, and
Mm.
before then it was like almost unplayable. So I am a bit rusty. But
It is
it's
good.
to have it back,
Yeah.
and I'm going to practice more.
That was
So
amazing.
I think we
don't-
should make this a regular Friday night segment.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Abigail plays
Yes.
us something on the clarinet.
I'm
I love
I'm
this.
down
This
for
is
it.
amazing.
I'm down for it.
sure, I'm down for that too. It'll
Yep.
encourage me to practice.
Yeah, good. And I'll
not
try
sh-
not to say any more terrible things about German things. It's like I had a friend at one workplace. Well, her parents were German. She was Australian born, but her parents were German. And she's going, I'm going to the Goethe Institute tonight. And I go, oh, what's that? She goes, it's a German cultural institute. And I couldn't help myself. I just went, is it in a broom cupboard? And
Bad man. And yes, Stella, anything owned by Diageo would be big whiskey. Luckily, Starwood is not yet purchased.
Oh wow.
We are
Those are
still
some boots.
independent.
oh my God, those shoes
Oh
are
my God, those
amazing,
shoes are
Charlie.
incredible.
Holy cow!
Can you walk
Wow.
in them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cool.
That's a
They're really
skill.
cool. And also,
I am
why
impressed.
shoes in your house? Or did you put them on for us?
Dang.
I feel very underdressed right now.
Yeah. Those
Very
are
cool shoes.
Amazing.
Let me show you my favorite pair of shoes that I've not yet worn because I
Ooh.
got them just before the pandemic and I haven't been to work enough to
Haven't
break them
been
in.
out yet. Yeah. Okay. Also noticed
Yes, it
Harp
is.
Chan in the chat.
It is.
Sorry to announce our Bruce Forsyth musical inspired version of Armageddon is on hold due to the virus. Which, well, that's predictable. Dude, Harb, I'm not even allowed to hear the house. I can't leave the house to go to rehearsals. Ooh,
Oh.
wow. Ooh, wow. Look at that.
Is that sparkles?
Nice.
Oh, are those?
Yeah.
Sparkly.
Nice.
Sparkly.
Sparkly, ribbon, giant, thick
Those are-
sole.
Yeah.
Ooh,
That's what
Those
you
are-
want. Good old
those are-
docs.
they're
Those are-
everything.
Those are Doc
And-
Mart.
but
Those are
you-
real Doc Martens, aren't they?
You do have to make sure you break them in first, because I
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
fuck
I
if you-
completely
Like
stuffed-
old Doc Martens. Yeah.
I completely
Yeah.
stuffed my feet
I
walking
got
into town.
I got lucky. I fucking the fucking planets aligned and lightning struck and I got lucky. I got my Doc Martens for $15 at a op shop.
Wow.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
my original pair of Doc Martens I got for $50 at an op shop,
Yeah.
but
That's
You
what I
win.
thought mine were because my boyfriend bought them for me. And I thought, oh, they must have been like $50. But
Yeah.
no, apparently they were 15.
Wow.
That's a
yeah,
steal.
my
I once
$50
saw.
my
I
$50
once saw-
docs still
oh,
had
go.
tags on them, so that was pretty great.
Nice.
You got them at
So
fucking-
I once saw a pair
that was in-
of Doc
that was in
Marten
Underwood.
flats. Doc Marten ballerina flats in a store once, brand new, for about $50, and they were the best flats I'd ever bought. They were so comfy, and I've never seen them since. Always on the lookout for them.
Well, I've always had trouble getting shoes.
Tori, do you have the same shoes as me, or do you have the same shoes as Charlie?
I think that was for same shoes
These are
as
from-
Charlie.
I got these from
Oh no, sorry, it's same as you, is same as Kristen. Yeah, sorry.
fucking it Australian company fucking Hang on, I'm a little bit drunk. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, you did drink cider through a straw, which is a guaranteed way to get it straight to your head.
That'll just about do it. And this is the strong. This the 7% shit.
That'll
So
do it.
yeah.
We'll do it.
Yeah, they'll catch up.
This
They'll
is
catch up to you.
from hang on.
Well, let you think about it. Tori, yes, glitter is everything.
It'll do the thing. Fucking. Sorry.
Are you thinking of my avatar?
Sorry.
Fucking werewolf ASSO.
Werewolves of London.
Good old Warren Zevon. Awoo.
Yes.
I think what I'm going to have to do with my docs is that I'm going to have to do the thing where you heat them up with a hairdryer and like break it in across the toe, because that's the bit that hurts.
Actually,
Yeah. My Docs are the only shoes I will wear for a long time because they're the only shoes comfortable enough. Because I get chronic pain. But yeah, I can wear them to PAX for 4 days and be fine.
I had an army friend who swore the way to break boots in was to walk into a river in them and get the leather soaked and then keep walking and keep the shoes on.
ROC.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. But I'm not sure. If
that just sounds like a good way to get molds.
Yeah.
Or
bad.
The thing is, usually I would ascribe to that sort of thing, but I'm a bit worried about the glitter being lifted off the sort of
Yeah,
surface.
I've been told by people who sell Docs that the hairdryer method is doable.
I've got two pairs of really thick socks. So the plan is 2 pairs of really thick socks, put them both on, and then hairdryer.
Yeah.
You know what? That's what I'm doing this weekend. I'm going to do that. I will
think I
report
might
back.
be able to go as well.
Brand is ROC.
But my problem
ROC,
is,
where did you get them?
ROC. That's the brand name.
Yep.
ROC, Australia. It's an Australian company. ROC.
Okay.
do they make
Tori,
guys' shoes?
the only thing that I ever want to do for the rest of my life is wear Converse and Doc Martens to work. And if anybody wants to make me wear anything other than Converse or Doc Martens to work, I don't want to work for them.
Those are good goals in life.
The other
nice.
shoes that I got.
Those are gorgeous.
Ooh. Stella was just saying, if you want to know her most amazing pairs of shoes, look up Irregular Choice Golden Vader, which I did, and I can show you a picture.
Irregular.
Please do.
Irregular.
That's quite a name.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's an Irregular Choice store on Swanston Street in Melbourne, and I regularly walk past the windows of that store and stare into them, and my husband goes, first of all, you'd never wear them, so don't. Second of all, those shoes are ridiculous. And I'm like, bitch, you don't understand. I am a girl who would happily wear the same, scungy jumper and black jeans. I want my shoes to be fabulous.
Yeah. Also, the people in that Irregular Choice shop are really nice.
They are.
I've just stopped in because the shoes are so amazing, and just to tell them your shoes are awesome, and they'll always take the time to talk to you. So the staff are very good.
Where's the shop?
Swanston Street in Melbourne.
Swanston Street in Melbourne.
Radio.
All these unique, one of a
I may
kind.
need to change the lighting in this room.
I love.
We see them, Charlie. They're beautiful.
Oh. Well, you'll see them better if I
All right.
Better than
We've gone from clarinet recitals to fashion shows. I'm here for it. I wasn't expecting either.
Stella, I am about to join that Facebook group because, regular choice Facebook appreciation fan site. I'm into it.
Oh my God. Speaking of Facebook groups,
Nice.
This is just reminding me of people telling me about when they discovered they were inadvertently on some Facebook feet group. And I was like,
I'm gonna put the laptop on the dog. Okay.
Now that's a good doggo.
That's a great doggo.
Yeah. On the other hand, as discussed, I would sell pictures of my feet for money because
Yeah.
so I could buy
Why
nice
not?
shoes.
Those
Why
are
not?
really nice shoes.
Those are really nice shoes.
excellent choice in shoes. Yes.
And they're real leather.
So, my
We're all
problem
on
is
board.
when I
Apparently,
hate
Like it's so hard to find real leather
Yes.
these days.
yeah.
I learned something interesting about
Like
different
different-
types of leather. So there's like the cow skin, and like the top part is like the choice parts, and then there's like the top and the middle part is kind of that's pretty good, but like okay, not as good as just the top. And then there's the bottom bit that's just the worst. And you know what the brand they brand that awful stuff as?
Mm-hmm.
They call it genuine leather. That's so anytime you see genuine leather, it's that stuff.
It's
The
the bad
cheap
stuff.
Yeah. And it's the only way they can sell it.
Mm.
Wow.
As Dingle Doty bemoaning the shoe front. She's tall, lanky, and got pens on her feet.
Yeah, I hate getting new shoes because my foot is like a bit wider than what it would be like normally for compared to length.
Yeah.
And like I went and saw the podiatrist recently to fix up my little toe that I destroyed when I walked into town in my unbroken in Doc Martens because I was manic as a motherfucker. And yeah, she told me there's two brands that still do wider sizes, and that's Brooks and New Balance.
Okay.
And I would like to get a pair of New Balance because they have the kind of cool looking old school shoes, right? I've been into two shops in Bendigo that sells New Balance, and do you think they can get them in for me? No. Of course they can't, because it's bloody Bendigo.
Yeah. It's the trouble with living in the country.
Just on the cusp of being able, because my feet are large for women's size, but they're just on the cusp of being able to go into a shoe store and buy shoes. Like any larger, and I wouldn't be able to.
I have
yeah.
I have large ladies' feet, but everything else about me is I'm tall, but like small teeth and small features.
Yep. And
the small teeth thing is a in joke with my husband.
So when I buy bike gloves, like for mountain biking and riding my push bike, I have to buy, like, they only stock men's sizes in bike gloves, and I have to buy the smaller size they have. But anytime I want to buy kitchen gloves, I have to buy the biggest size they have, because fuck the patriarchy.
Correct.
Yeah.
I've quite small hands.
Because obviously only men mountain
I do
bike,
too.
and obviously only women do kitchen chores. Because,
I've got normal sized hands, but a really stupidly large head. And I'm really self-conscious of it when I'm editing my cocktail videos, because I'm always holding things out here. And I'm editing the videos going, look at your stupid doll hands and that stupid head. I'm always thinking that when I edit videos.
My favorite thing on TikTok is the tiny hands. And like people having conversations where they have the tiny hands that sit on their fingers and they hold them up underneath their chin. And I'm like, yes, give her this.
Take my good hand, child. It's a strong one.
Stella, I answered the questions. I just don't know if they're intelligible at this point.
Yes.
Hub, we know. We're very upset. Also,
I can't leave the house, let alone contribute to our musical extravaganza.
Especially about Armageddon.
Yes, it's a bit on the nose at the moment. Although Bruce Forsyth lightens the whole thing up, but that's the whole thing. Thank you, Tori, for complimenting ahead. It's just bizarrely large. Like a favorite party trick of mine, if I'm ever at a social thing and I'm wearing a hat, I have to go to specialty hat shops to get hats big enough to fit my head. Because
I have a big head.
Yeah,
I have a big head, and my husband has a bigger head. And whenever anybody says, "Oh, why aren't you having children?" I'm like, "Have you seen the size of my husband's head?" Yeah. Absolutely fucking not.
Yeah.
And the other one I like to do is we're infertile and you're rude.
But none of your business.
Both my kids were delivered by cesarean, and I'm going like, yeah, that was a fair call, actually, because they both inherited my head. So it's like, One of my nieces was posting a picture on Facebook to the family the other day of her kids going, "Oh, little tyke!" Like they did all the checkups, and he's definitely inherited the head because his head size is actually off the scale of the charts. And so all me and my brothers are chiming in like, "Fuck yeah, the legacy continues."
Giant heads,
giant head family.
At least you're not cone heads.
No, we're just big buff heads. Big buff heads.
I have short legs and a long body. And for years, I would tell my husband, I have short legs and a long body. And one day, someone was like, "Oh, I have a really short body and really long legs. And so, like buying clothes is weird and blah, blah, blah." And my husband looks at me and he's like, "Oh, you weren't making that up." It's like, of course I wasn't making that up.
It's totally a thing. I remember going on a date with someone who I was only slightly taller than, but because I have long legs and a short body, and they were short legs and a long body. When we sat down, she was taller than me.
Yeah.
Even though I was actually taller than her when we were standing up. It was just the weirdest thing.
Yeah. I mentioned this on another stream. Aidsy and I are basically exactly the same height, but if we sit down, I'm noticeably taller than him. I've got short legs and a long body, and I think he doesn't have long legs. He just has normal legs. And
okay.
Well, that's the thing, right? When you're with someone who has a long body and short legs, and you sit down and they're taller than you, like it's just such a thing. Anyway, my husband never believes it if I say it. It has to be said by literally anyone else on the planet.
Angry.
Not that you're bitter or anything.
I've been with this man for 12 years. Like, I've come to accept that sometimes, like, it doesn't matter how many different ways I say the piece of information. It can be sprouted by a man screaming at clouds on the corner of the street. And he'll be like, "Oh, that's a thing." I'll be like, "You fucking wanker."
Oh, doggo. Hello, doggo.
Yes,
I love him. I love him a lot.
The Ludo.
I also vaguely want to murder him.
Oh, he looks like a good boy.
He is a good boy. He's the goodest boy.
Yeah. Oh, Angry.
Yeah.
There is a consolation prize of having such a big head.
Yeah.
Apparently, So I've heard. I like a bit of MMA every now and then, or a bit of boxing.
Yeah.
If you do have a big noggin,
Yeah.
it's harder to get knocked out, apparently.
Oh, I have a really thick skull. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
I got hit in the head with a discus when I was a teenager. And
Oh,
when I ended up in hospital and the doctors
Ouch.
realized what happened, they were like, "How are you not dead?" And I was like,
yeah. Like,
and I didn't even have a skull fracture. I had maybe like a hairline crack on the skull. They did all these x-rays and they were like, "I cannot believe you don't
wow.
have a fractured skull and aren't hemorrhaging into your brain." It's like, how thick is your skull? What the fuck is going on?
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so I definitely have and I saw the x-rays and I was looking at the x-rays on the wall and I'm going, that is a caveman looking motherfucking skull. Look at that. Look at that. What the fuck?
Well, at least you have much more intelligence than a good old caveman.
Well, my brain's really protected, put it that way.
Yeah. 'Cause, yeah, I've been properly knocked out once, and when I was quite young, and it was weird. Oh, I did not enjoy it.
No,
at
I haven't.
all.
No, it's not. It's not a good thing to happen. I haven't been knocked out, but there was the discus thing, and I stayed conscious the whole time, which was wild. And I used to do boxing when I was about 16, 17. And I did just a practice match sparring with this guy who was a fucking weightlifter. And he did this weird shit where he's going like, "Oh, I'm not well. Like, don't hit me in the face and don't hit me in the gut." And I was like, "So where can I hit? What is that?" And so I was basically spent the whole time blocking. And this happened twice in spa. Someone who was really good got a straight punch straight through my guard into my fucking head. And it didn't knock me out, didn't knock me down, but my legs just stopped working. It's the weird to be punched in the head so hard that your legs just go, "Oh, fuck, what was that? Jesus." And it's like, okay, why aren't my legs working? I didn't fall over, but it was very close because my legs were just like,
the jelly legs.
Yeah, it was jelly legs. It was just like the legs are just going, "Oh no, that's Jesus. Don't let someone hit you in the head like that. That's a bad idea."
If they managed to hit you just a bit harder, you might have actually gone down.
Oh yeah, it was so close. I'm not sort of saying it as it's so good again. Like, but when someone hits you so hard that your legs just stop working, and it was just like, what the fuck, you know?
So I've only been in one actual fight in my life, and it was like me and two mates against like 6 or 7 other guys. It was like, I'm pretty sure it was an initiation into this stupid little gang that was from Eagle Hawk.
Oh dear,
bastards! You know, and like most of them were like, at least half of them were under 18.
Yeah,
right? And so they surrounded us and said, "Oh, do you have a cigarette?" And well, no, we don't have a cigarette. I was 17 at the time. And I looked at my mate Rowan, looked back, and there was just a fist coming at me. And they didn't get me down, and I managed to dodge one punch, and that really pissed me off because then they started to go, ooh, you know, kind of thing. After I dodged a punch, but they got the mate that I looked at. They got him first punch just perfect. He went down like a sack of shit.
Yeah.
And they continued to punch him when he was down.
Yeah.
Luckily, I mean, I didn't see that because I was too busy getting punched. But if I did see it, I probably would have gone berserko mode, and who knows what would have happened.
Yeah.
Because they were a lot younger than me, and if I had known that Rowan was knocked out on the ground, they were still punching into him. I seriously don't know what I would have done.
I don't understand violence like that. I don't understand why people
it's ridiculous.
Do that.
Yeah, I think you're right, Johnny. It was some weird gang thing they were doing, just ridiculous bullshit.
I should not have joined this Facebook group. Now I want to buy shoes.
Sorry, can I just say what the ridiculous name of this
Johnny,
gang
you
was?
heard? Sorry?
The Burrow Boys. That's what their name was.
The Burrow Boys.
Yeah.
Mr. Grant Gregory's just come back after a couple of hours. Oh my God! No wonder he's amazed. It's fucking after midnight. Why do you guys always do this to me?
Too.
Because it's Friday and we've got nothing better to do with our
Friday
lives.
and it's party night.
How long has the
and
stream been
let's
going?
do a sing-along.
4 hours.
4 hours and 14 minutes and 29 seconds.
All right, no, I'm
Anyway,
definitely going to go to bed.
Have a quick ciggy break.
No, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed.
You go to bed
with
That's
my
it.
day tomorrow. Today, it's
fair
actually
enough.
today. It's not tomorrow.
Wait.
Although I
Before-
did note Heine bringing up Jake Paul, that YouTube dickhead. The FBI raided his house and there were guns
really?
just lying around everywhere or something.
Awesome. I mean,
Just
that he's been
stupid
raided.
as hell. Like he's probably going to jail. It's just ridiculous.
Yes.
He's
Finally.
too rich to go to jail. It won't happen.
I don't know. Who knows?
That's not how America works.
But it's pretty funny that they raided his house. Like someone has called them and said something that made and guns aren't enough reason. They might have taken guns, but that's not enough
Would
reason.
you want to live next to him? Probably his
No.
neighbours.
God no.
It probably was his neighbours, yeah. But anyway.
But
All right.
apparently he's been having like all these like ISO parties and what have you that are
Against California laws. Yeah.
very much.
Wouldn't
Okay.
surprise me.
Hmm.
I think Angry wants to go to bed now.
I'm
Yeah,
definitely
sorry,
going to
Angry.
bed.
It is
Go
pretty
to
late.
bed.
All right.
And
Good
I'm
night.
gonna
tomorrow night's
look at shoes
daytime
all night.
be on, but if anyone's hanging around on Sunday night, I'll probably be on. But anyway, have fun, everyone. Look after yourselves.
Good night.
Good
See you
night.
later.
Good night.